Hello, you guys still here? Yo, bro. Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Hello.
Hey, what's up, Abdullah? Welcome, everyone. I think I just heard someone say hello. Did you have any questions or?
Okay, just wanna know 24 by 7 Flat Earth Discord. What does it actually mean?
It's a channel where, okay, so 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is a different Discord server where we have about 30,000 members. Okay, that's the server that we're from. Now, the owner of this server is a flat earther, and he invited us to come and have a channel in this server because it's a very big server. Okay, so that's a channel where we talk about flat earth 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Great. Okay. So is there any kind of sort of what I can say conversation related things?
It's been a bit quiet today, to be honest. So if you have questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise,
Okay.
there's not much conversation at the moment.
Oh, I see. Okay. What's the theory propose that Earth is actually flat, but some theory propose that Earth is quite a bit ellipse, right?
Well, yeah, so um, the surface of water, which is covering most of the surface of the Earth. Okay, when we go out and test it, there's no curvature. So it's been tested and tested and tested many, many times using different methods, and there's zero curvature present. So it's not possible for the Earth to be a globe when you have no curvature over large distances.
Yeah, I think so. Probably it
Yeah.
won't be the case.
Well, yeah, the globe is just a concept at the end of the day. That's how it became a thing in the first place. It was conceptualized by some ancient Greeks, and it exists now in a mathematical concept which people use and people believe. But when we go and test it in reality, it doesn't match up. It matches up with what we all experience it as, which is a motionless plane. Obviously, we have hills and valleys and mountains, but most of the surface is covered in water, and it's absolutely not curving over distance. Water needs a container, right? To have a large body of water, you have to have a container.
Apa?
Hello.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
What are you doing today?
Now, I'm lying down. Just I don't do anything because it's weekend.
Yeah,
I
it's Sunday.
must. Yeah. And you?
I'm actually at church right now.
Yeah. Okay.
But I can't talk much. Do you want to practice your English?
Actually, I do practice during whole
Good.
day. Not whole day, but during every day.
Very good. Do you have any questions about the Earth? That's the topic of the room.
Actually, I join every day to this channel and I listen every discussing. And I have opinion and information about this topic, and I don't have any question now, but in the future it will be exist.
Sounds good. Well,
Okay.
you're welcome here as much as you want. Just hang out and listen, or you can ask any questions.
Okay. But now I am curious why everyone is silent.
I mean, it is Sunday morning. People probably just get up, and the room is going to fill up.
Morning. Morning.
Yeah,
Where are you from?
I'm in Massachusetts. It's 10:15 here, so I've seen a couple of people come in, and the room is going to fill up over the day, I'm sure. Where are you?
I'm Azerbaijani.
Okay.
You're American? I didn't hear.
Yes, I'm in America.
Okay, that's why we have 7 hours between us. That's why you say
So
morning.
it's in the
Yeah.
afternoon for you, I guess, or
Actually,
evening.
it's getting to evening.
Yeah.
That's 7:15.
What's the language called where you're from in Azerbaijan?
Yes, Azerbaijani, the same language as its name.
Okay. I've never heard
It's
it.
like Turkish language. There's similar Turkish language because Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and other Turkish countries, and their languages are similar.
Hmm,
And that's why our language looks like Turkish. That's why I can speak in Turkish as well.
I see. I speak
Yes.
Swedish as well. I was born in Sweden, but I've lived in America for the last 20 years.
Oh, Sweden. Perfect. But Sweden is too cold country, if I'm not mistaken, because it's close to North North Ocean.
Yeah, it's close to the North Pole, or so they say.
Yes. Also, I love Sweden, the lights of North.
Yeah, the Northern Lights. I've seen them.
Yes, yes.
They're pretty.
Yeah, perfect. It's my wish. Actually, I want to see the North lights. Yes.
Hmm.
And what about the North Light, by the way? It's also you must believe the but I'm curious about the shape of world. It's like for example, you can go from Alaska to the America. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's not change the flat earth theory.
Uh, what do you mean?
For example, in theory, the geoid theory, we believe that you can go from Alaska to the North America also it's same the flat Earth theory.
Yeah, you can get to America from Alaska for sure.
Okay.
Well,
Then the how can I say, the cross lines of Earth is Antarctica.
I mean, you're up by the Arctic. You're up north when you're in Alaska.
Can you send the photo of the flat Earth or uh, mm, G- uh what was it? Yes, image.
I wish I had one
Mm,
for you, but I don't know the exact layout of the realm we live in. We don't
mm,
claim a shape, you know that.
mm,
Only the surface property is what we're concerned with here. How do you experience the Earth when you look at it? Do you experience it as a ball, or do you look at the horizon and you look at it and you say, "Man, that looks flat"?
mm. Okay.
When you
Actually,
look at
I
the
was
horizon, does
believing,
it look horizontal?
I was believing the Galilean Earth theory, but
Hmm.
I don't know. Actually, it doesn't change anything in my life actually, but I want to learn everything. It's interesting for me, but it doesn't change anything. That's why it's not my priority in my life.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah, a lot of people think like that till they figure it out, and then everything changes. But it can't be explained until you actually realize you're living on a level plane. But that's fine.
yeah,
Everybody has their own, time. They think about it, and one day maybe it clicks. For some people, it never does that. So,
yes. Um, but you're American guy, and you think the Earth is flat, yes? And that's mean you don't believe in NASA?
yeah, I mean, have you seen the pictures that they have sent out for people of the round ball? NASA's
Um,
pictures from space. Have you seen the Earth in one of those
which
pictures?
one? Which one?
Well,
Because
anyone.
there are a lot of links.
Hmm. I mean, there's a famous one they call the blue marble. Blue marble. Have you seen that one? I'll post something in the chat.
Marvel? Yes, I know Marvel. Yes.
Let me post something. Here's a picture that NASA has sent out.
Ah.
There it is. Look at the chat. So you've seen that picture before, right? Of the ball.
But what about the Elon Musk, for example? He wants to create a new life in the Mars, and even he wants to do some business about tourism in the Mars. But if they didn't go to the space, but how they can create this kind of things, I don't know.
I mean, it is speculation Sunday, so I guess you're within your rights to what. If you want to talk about Mars, we can. But usually, people who listen in on YouTube, they're interested on the thoughts about Earth first. So I don't know anything about Mars, so I'm not the right person to talk about that. But we can talk about the Earth. Have you seen that globe in the picture that I sent? Have you seen
Yes,
those kind of
I
pictures
see.
from
Yes.
NASA? Yeah. Do you notice it has a lot of blue on it? What's the blue stuff? It's water, right?
Mm. Yes.
Yeah. And all,
Ocean.
do you notice? Yeah. Do you notice that the water curve around the ball?
Yes.
Yes. So I can grant you. Let's just say that those NASA pictures are, real. So now, how can we confirm it down here on the actual Earth? We can go to water, right? And we can check, does it curve or is it flat? So we've done some laser tests. You take a laser, you place it 1 foot on the ground over at the sea, on the beach, right? 1 foot over the ground, and then you shoot it
Mm-hmm.
10 miles out over a lake to the other side. And if it's 1 foot on that side as well, that means there's no curve, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So then I can't accept their pictures because I cannot confirm it down here. We have done many, many tests like this. For example, there's a laser test where they shot a laser 21 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be impossible if the water on Earth curves. You shouldn't be able to hit the targets 21 miles away, but they do that. And I have done this test myself, not over 21 miles, but a shorter distance, 6 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something to think about. So yeah, that's the reason uh, why I know that water doesn't curve. So that means I don't live on a ball.
Yes. It's look like this, the flat Earth. Can you see look at the picture?
That's a representation. Yeah, I guess it could be, but I don't know. We don't know the shape, so
You don't know shape?
no, we don't claim a shape. We just claim the surface property.
Mm. But
I mean, what you
but you say
yeah,
it's flat, but
mhm. We can't
if
claim a
it's
shape.
flat,
What
how
you post,
how this shape?
what you posted there is a shape, right? It's some kind of a flat, round pizza circle, whatever. What I like about it, though, even if you can disregard um, the circle or the shape, and just look at how the sun and the moon kind of circles
Yes.
above us, then that's fine. But I don't attach a shape to it. But that would make you
Mm,
understand what it looks like if you're on the Earth and you look up, you see the sun come in from the west, not from the east, and then it leaves you in the
actually,
west.
in this picture, there are a lot of different things that we learned before. For example, the sun is more little now in
Yeah,
this picture,
yeah.
and
I don't I don't think it's 93 million miles away. I think it's
but
the
what
exact
about the
same.
sun? You think it's little more little than Earth or not?
I think it's smaller than the Earth. Yes,
Ah, interesting.
but we can't make a claim about it because nobody has ever been to the moon, and we can't measure it, so we can't figure out its
Mm,
distance either. At least I can't. We're asking those questions here every day. Can you figure out the size of the Earth? Can you figure out if it curves or not? And nobody can answer that. So except
yes.
us, we actually make the claim that it is a level plane we live on because we can't measure any curvature. Refer you
But
back to
if you
those.
have a chance to go space, you
Mhm.
want or you would go or not?
Um, I mean, yeah, I'd go, but it wouldn't do me any good because how would I be able to see if it curves? We would have to go about 10,000 miles out if the claimed radius is the same as they say it is, 3,959. Nobody's been that far out. So even from the International Space Station, if that thing is real, I'm not claiming that, but let's just grant it for now. From that height, you can
Yes.
only see 3% of the Earth. So and they frequently show us video from that place where you can see 50% of the ball, which is ridiculous mathematically. If you know a little bit of math, if you ask ChatGPT, you can go and ask it how much should we see of the Earth from 250 miles up, and it will tell you 3%.
Yes.
There's a lot of problem with the heliocentric model, and yeah,
Understand.
We have some questions in the chat. How does the moon project light over a flat Earth? Good question. How would you find out? I don't know. I am asking.
Mm.
Do you know?
I just wrote.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I just wrote the flat Earth on the GIF. What is it? GIF. GIF. No. GIF. There. Between the stickers, and the first GIF is this pop out, and I sent. Yes. What did you say?
Yes, I had a question for you.
Actually, I don't know. Yes, but you can ask.
Yeah. If you go to the beach and you look out over the ocean, do you know how far you should be able to see if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles?
Yes, but, your voice is come from far.
Is it
Sometimes
coming
I
through
can't
low?
hear.
Coming through
Maybe you
low?
can come closer to the telephone.
I'm very close right now, but I do have a Bluetooth earpiece, and maybe that's why it's coming
Then
through.
you can you write your question?
Sure.
Okay.
I hear you fine. Just to let you know.
Thank you.
No, also I can hear, but the voice is not so clear
I
as your
understand.
voice. For example,
Yeah,
your
it's a little
voice.
scratchy. It's a little scratchy, but it's probably because being scratchy and English being your second language makes it hard. So
All right.
probably can't hear his full pronunciation.
I will try to pronunciate clearer then. All right, I will do that. So,
Thank you.
if you are 6 foot tall, how far can you see out over the water before the Earth curves away? Do you know this?
I learned now. Look at the
I'm gonna.
gypsum.
There we go.
She probably don't use imperial either, so you might have to
If
convert
you
to
are
metric.
6 foot tall, how far
183
can you see
centimeters.
before the curve starts? Actually, I think no.
It's about 3 miles,
Yeah,
give
I
or
can
take.
see, but not all of the Earth. But
Right. So about 3 miles.
yes,
Someone else want to correct me to the exact number? Feel free. But for all purposes, that's good enough. So about 3 miles. And this is a challenge for you. Next time you go to the beach, see if you can find something out in the sea, an island, or maybe if you can find a lake that's maybe 5 miles wide. Get a friend, see
yes.
if you can see on the other side. If you can, you know you're not on a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty interesting.
Yes,
I bet you in your life have seen further than 3 miles. I think you have done this, but you haven't connected it.
yes, understand.
Mhm.
But
Even
if
like my
you,
voice is still raspy today. I haven't eaten. I'm fasting today, so that's probably why I haven't. I need to drink a glass of water or something, so I apologize for that.
but if you climb the mount, actually not. I think about it because you can see because of the clouds. I
Oh,
don't know.
clouds.
Yes,
Yeah,
I wanted to say if you climb the mountain, for example, Everest, like so
you can see
tall,
further.
and
You can see further then. So that's why we're
But
talking about stay on the beach now
yes.
to demonstrate it, and over water as well, so we don't have to deal with topography.
Mm, yes. Japanese, Egyptian. Yeah, every mythology describe the Earth like flat, but NASA describes it like geoid.
Yeah, so that's why I said, but we can grant you NASA's picture for a little while, but as soon as we try to confirm it here on Earth by measuring, you know, curvature, we can't find any curvature.
Yes.
Anyway, it was really nice talking to you. I have to help set up a broadcast right now. So if anybody else wants to talk to you, or I would love to talk to you later today as well. But right now, I'm a little bit busy. I have to do this. But thank you for your nice manners and conversation.
Thank you too. Thank you too for your answers and information.
Sure. I'll be listening in though. Thank you.
Okay.
Guys, excuse me for interruption.
You can
Everyone.
speak, buddy.
I
Speak.
I don't believe that the Earth is flat.
Why?
Because why
Never.
not?
Well, you see it. It looks flat, right?
No, like the sun and the moon.
Yeah, that's not the Earth.
They are all have the the cycle shape.
So,
The sun and the moon and stars.
are those things the Earth?
No, why should the Earth be different than them?
Why should it be the same? You think the Earth is like those things? Why?
Repeat.
If you think the Earth is like the sun, the moon, and the stars, that they're the same thing, why do you think that? Can you think of anything that's the same? Are there people on the sun? Are there trees on the moon?
It is a good question to ask you as well.
Why do I think they're different? Hold on. I
Yeah.
got an ambulance. Yeah, so I think they're different because everything we observe is different.
Can
There's
you
nothing the
explain?
same. There's no water there. There's no people. There's no trees. There's no life. There's no plants. There's no animals. Nothing is the same. Like, why? Why would I think it's the same?
Do you believe there's like,
Can you at least concede there's nothing the same that you can see in your life?
no? Do you see it's not the same in the religious perspective?
It's not the same in any perspective other than a government cartoon, right? An image.
Are you religious, by the way?
I don't know really what that means. Do I believe in God? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I go to church? No. I don't go to mosque, church, synagogue. I don't go to any of those places. To me, religious means practice, right? You go there, you go to the mosque, church, synagogue, and you worship with a community. I don't think that's the same as believing in God. That's a different thing.
No, I mean, if you believe in God, this mean you know that these very different perspective.
Yeah, and if you believe in
You
man, that's a
agree, I
different
think.
perspective too, because that's
Yeah,
the other side, right? Either you believe the words of God or you believe the words of men.
we all believe that this is different because of God Himself, like this specific design.
Well, if God says the earth is flat, but men say the earth is round, who do you believe? Do you believe men or God?
That God say Earth is flat. Can you give me the source?
In the Bible, in the Christian Bible, well, in the Hebrew Bible too. In Job, it
So you
says that
don't
the earth is like
have
clay. Hold on, listen. In Job, it says the earth is like clay pressed by a seal. And if you know what that is, when you press a seal into clay, it makes it flat. No one pressed pressed the seal into clay and made it into a ball. That'd be quite the trick.
So is this move have any changes in our life, like whether it's flat or not?
I don't know. Go tell your family right now you're a flat earther. See what they say. Go in the other room. Go, Mom, I'm a flat earther. See what happens. See if it changes anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll change something. They'll think you're crazy. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would they think you're crazy? One minute,
Not now.
you're not crazy. You say Earth is flat. Now you're crazy. Why? Just because you said those words? I think they're crazy. Look, when you
I have
go,
convinced
look,
you to believe it. Yeah.
I was already a globe earther. Okay, I believed in the globe for 50 years.
Excuse me, someone is asking for me.
Okay, no problem. I don't know why they ask us what would change our mind. We already changed our mind. Show me you can change your mind. Dumbest thing ever said. Flat earthers are closed minded. We ain't so open minded that our brains fell out.
Yeah, when the flat Earth started taking off in 2015, the first thing I did was look at all the evidence against flat Earth and found it incredibly lacking.
Me too. The very first thing I looked at was surveying, right? Like that's where the answer is. They're measuring the Earth. That's where the answer. They measured a globe. Turns out they never measured a globe. They took a bunch of measurements and put them on a globe, but they didn't measure the actual globe.
Yeah, somebody
because
was
I know a lot about like 3D graphics and how you can take any flat plane and put it on any, wireframe model. I'm like, they're just taking a flat surface and wrapping it around a globe. And then Rob Simmons at the same time is saying, yeah, that's exactly what we do. I'm like, okay, they admitted it. Case closed.
exactly. They got very clever at making things fit their model.
I got to figure out how to sell intellectual duct tape. Have you seen there's recently, I can't remember, it's like Danny something, I think his name is. It's a YouTube channel. He interviews Bart Sibrel and an Apollo astronaut at the same time together. They're sitting there talking about how it was impossible for a rocket to go to the moon, that they would need to put rockets into orbit to refuel the rocket to go to the moon because it would take too much fuel just to get into orbit. And they turn it to him, and he starts talking in the third person. Like, bro, I thought you went there. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, didn't they say that the rocket would have to be the size of the Empire State Building to make it to the moon?
Dude, it's like, yeah. And then it became 7 rockets and like 20 rockets and like all, like, I think they're like at 32 rockets or something now. You know that Smarter Everyday YouTube channel? That
Yep.
dude like said he did the calculation, it was like 27 rockets. Now this guy believes in the moon landing and his dad works at NASA. The wheels are falling off the moon hoax, man. I think that Apollo guy is going to meet an untimely demise, man, because he did not acquit himself for someone that said he went there. Because if I was there and I did something, people are like, well, it was impossible for you to do that. I'd be like, bro, I was there. I did it. Like, you can say it was impossible, but we did it. He wasn't even like that. He started talking in the third person. I'm like, what the? Like, bro, you were supposed to be, you should be telling us your experience, not talking about it in like some abstract way. It was very strange.
Yeah, I found it just strange that the one Apollo astronaut said, "Oh, we were just passengers." Really? Is that why you went through thousands of hours of training just to be passengers?
They're probably patient zero of MK Ultra.
Yeah, there's this dude on X who says, "Oh, the moon landing hoax theory collapses under its own weight." And he goes, "There's no whistleblowers." I said, "Yeah, because the whistleblowers are dead." And that taught everybody else to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, they're not whistleblowers. They're daisy pushers. They're pushing up daisies.
Yep. Like there should have been thousands of scientists who at the early 60s said going to the moon is impossible. But they decided getting research grants was more important.
It's also things like that get memory hold. Like you don't hear or see the books from that time from those people because those books don't remain published. They get pulled out of republishing, and so you end up with only like a sparse few copies here and there. And if you don't know, you don't know.
So I was listening to one of the Apollo detectives guy. He was talking about how he got into the moon hoax, and he read, I guess, one of the books, the moon hoax books, Dark Moon or something like that. And his dad was really sick, so every night he had to basically for 12 hours supervise his father and had to like be awake. He doesn't explain the circumstance, but he spent that entire time just downloading all the NASA images, all the NASA PDFs, and going through them, all the contractor documents, like everything, and highlighting all the reported problems that they said they had. And of course, there's thousands of them, right? And then going back and checking if any of them were ever fixed. And he was saying none of them were fixed. They didn't fix any problem that the contractors had in the development of any of the parts or pieces or technical problems. They just like, oh, we got this technical problem. It'll be okay. And just manufactured it anyway, allegedly.
It's the same even with the documentation. It's like they made the program, they made the LEM, and then somebody said, "Oh shit, we don't have a proposal for the LEM." So they quickly made one up that's only like 1,000 pages or something. He goes, but if you look at the scale of that project, typically a proposal should be anywhere from 25,000 to 50,000 pages.
Oh, I bet. Dude, that would be like a serious piece of technical machinery. Like
Yeah.
every nut, bolt, rivet, everything would need to be hyper analyzed and then redesigned and then redesigned and redesigned probably like 5 times.
Yeah, especially when you're doing something new for the first time. You need documentation up the wazoo.
You know, and that's like Gem Panda's. His only argument for the moon landing is they couldn't have faked the paperwork. Well, they didn't fake enough paperwork. That's the problem.
Yep. And they never tested a rocket engine in a vacuum.
They never tested it outside of a vacuum.
Yeah. And they're not able to get the test vehicle to land itself on Earth, but they did it properly 6 times on the moon.
Yeah, I have a clip that's very apt for when you say the first moon landing astronauts were most likely MK Ultra victims. And here's a ex-CIA official and a judge basically confirming that.
When Alan Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to 2 places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency. And as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
It's pretty clear to me.
But look at how weird they act. They don't act like normal people. Dude, they're put out there as like superhumans, but they have to be like crazy autists. Because think, not only do they have to be like expert engineers, they're also expert pilots, they're also expert repairmen, they're also expert mechanics, and they're expert photographers, and they're at like expert level everything.
Yeah, it's difficult enough to take a photograph with a film camera when you can see through the what you're looking at. But these guys had it mounted to their chests, and they only could push a button. They couldn't see anything else.
Oh, and you had back with film, you had to know the light levels to adjust the exposure. So all of them are also exposed perfectly. Right, at just the right light level, turning a dial that they had no way to know what setting the dial was actually on.
Yeah, you set up the camera, then strapped it to your chest, and then you couldn't do anything with it other than press the button for the shutter. But the batteries worked perfectly in that vacuum and at those temperatures. The film worked properly, even though it was exposed to cosmic radiation. Just amazing, all this stuff.
But listen, they trained in the desert and took a bunch of photos that looked just like the fucking moon in the Arizona desert, training to use the camera. But not with spacesuits, but like with their regular stuff on. I think they trained for a little while in the suit, but that was like 6 hours of training. But that wouldn't be normal because the suits wouldn't be pressurized and they wouldn't have the weight on them, and there'd be a whole bunch of differences. You know, because you always train in an environment you're not actually going to be in, because that makes you better.
That's how that works. And how dare you question the intelligence of this man?
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
If you just watch NASA and listen to these people for a while, it's the whole glamour just wears off.
Dude, you saw what Feynman's opinion of them was. I swear to God, dude, they killed Feynman. They killed his ass. They gave him the same thing they gave Arafat. They fucking stuck some polonium under his desk and killed him.
Yeah.
He was part of that shuttle stuff, and he died right after. He must have the proximity to him dying and him doing his report excoriating the impossibility of their numbers and him getting cancer. I don't know. It couldn't have been like a year or months. He probably already had cancer when he issued that report. And maybe they were trying to kill him before. He just didn't die quick enough.
Yeah, you worked on the Manhattan Project. How come the radiation there didn't kill him?
I have a short recording here from a lady at the World Economic Forum.
Becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Since we're just in silence, I'll play another small clip. This is from Brett Feinstein, for people who don't believe that there's a crisis within science.
We have a situation in which everybody sees the problems. And so when Sean does a 4-hour podcast, which I think maybe 3 hours I'd recommend to anybody, because Sean is one of the best explainers and also extremely good at mathematics and keeping true to actual physics in terms of his understanding. He then goes into this thing that there is no crisis in theoretical physics. And as one of my physics colleagues said last night, the first rule of Physics Fight Club is don't talk about the problems with Physics Fight Club. There is a self-evident crisis. I can show it to you numerically. Somehow, the idea is that a small number of people who are either at the top of the physics influencer pile, which is where I would put Sean, or at the top of the prestige pile in research, have held a view that is completely at odds with reality, whose key feature is the exclusion of different perspectives.
Yeah, that's dogma, not science.
So I'm downloading the rocket clip. Well, I'm downloading the whole video, but I'm going to clip that clip out where they're talking about the number of rockets that they would need to go to the moon. It's really good, and then we can play it.
Yeah, Grace, I picked up a moment ago, but I wasn't able to talk back. I really liked how you said that. That's dogma, not science.
I'll have that in just a moment.
If a GT and a half could lay out a life in a minute and a half, how many minutes would it take six GTs to lay out a dozen lies?
All right. Almost ready. Now, just background here. Who's talking? This is Danny Jones' show. Charles Duke, former astronaut, U.S. Air Force officer, became the 10th and youngest person to walk on the moon, allegedly. Apollo 16 mission in 1972. And Barr Sabrell, filmmaker, who has written, directed, and produced films arguing the moon landings between 1979 and 1972 were staged by NASA under the control of the CIA. This is the first ever debate between an Apollo astronaut and a moon landing skeptic. So let's rock and mother rolls. Now this is a clip. It's just talking. You'll figure it out. I don't want to poison the well.
When was this filmed?
Recently, this was done December 1st.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, play it.
Is the bot not working?
I don't hear anything yet.
I can play it if you want.
Yeah, it's in the chat, dude. Just
saying it himself. There's not enough fuel to leave Earth.
Oh, there it goes.
Let's hear.
It is commonly believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the nonstop flight from Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves mathematically. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons times 3. The Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3. Now go to clip 18 and you'll see that Elon Musk just said.
All right, Bart, pause. Where did you get that quote from?
It's from his book, Voyage to the Moon, written by von Braun.
Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet?
Probably. I mean, we bought an old copy of his book.
Okay.
And it was written by him and quoted by him.
Okay.
So
if it's on the internet, Steve will find it.
What's the purpose of this discussion?
You don't know.
The purpose of this discussion is
that we didn't go to the moon.
Allegedly.
You're just
that's
proving
what I'm
if you're acting like you don't know, it just proved that you're acting during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
So von Braun, he's saying von Braun himself was quoted saying that the Apollo missions would need multiple fueled
3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches, or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets, in order to leave Earth orbit. We even have a video clip of von Braun saying everything, the best rocket he can build can only leave Earth orbit.
Let's play that clip. Let's play the clip of von Braun from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What clip number is that so Steve can find it?
What clip?
That one I didn't include, but
how can we find it?
Just go to Sabrell.com. It's one of the links of the book.
I don't understand this. I don't understand this conversation.
Well, read this article.
We did it.
I understand. That's your position, that you did it and you went and you walked on the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple fuel trips?
I don't know. I never heard him say that.
Well, we got a video allegedly.
Okay.
Well, and look at
the
clip of Elon Musk.
I want to see the clip of von Braun. Show us where to find the von Braun clip. Let's stick to one thing.
Says he doesn't have it.
Well, if you go to Sabrell.com and then go to Moonman links, look for the one that looks like old 1950s color. And there's one of von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that,
no, wait. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're here now. Where do we go?
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Just keep going. Keep going.
Maybe
It's
you can
somewhere
find it
on
on
there.
YouTube. Maybe you can find it on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I decided not to bring it, but von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build, it's with Disney film, can only achieve Earth orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of D18, he's saying the very same thing. Look at D18. Read this headline and read the highlighted part.
Okay. This is a headline from spacepolicyonline.com. Okay. At least 15 Starship launches needed to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing. SpaceX will need to launch at least 15 Starships to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing, NASA said today. So NASA said. So SpaceX will need 15 Starships to execute it, says NASA.
Right. And
Starship
they
cannot
carry twice the fuel.
Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space.
Yeah, that's what the clip of von Braun says that I didn't include, that you can go to the moon if you do multiple trips of fuel and ferry the fuel first. And now you're going to love this next clip. Go to clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon.
So we did do it. Is what you're saying?
I don't know why you
Go ahead,
keep
play it.
acting surprised.
Go ahead, play it.
You're just proving you're acting. You know, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago when I said I have proof we didn't go to the moon when I found the footage.
So,
Might
okay,
be
who's this
some
guy?
Issues
Yeah.
in how people communicate about it. Like there's some architecture problems that people are unwilling to talk about these days because of how they got there politically. And I was like, you know what? I just want to go say the thing that nobody's saying. So that's what I decided to do. Now, a lot of people I respect, when I was doing my research and asking these questions, they said, be careful, Destin. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it and I decided, you know what? This is the truth and this is what needs to be said.
I did not understand until this week when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to tank up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, well, how many rockets do we have to do that with? And they're like, 6. And then I start because
Who is this?
He's a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA.
What's his name?
I don't know.
That's would be important.
That
to know.
that guy, he's a YouTuber. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day.
Smarter Every Day on YouTube.
Okay. So he's saying it's going to take multiple.
Let's finish playing the video.
Yeah.
I know people. I start calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets is it? They're like, well, boil off. And okay, so I was like, some people are like, well, it's looking like 8. I was like, 8 rockets? We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon? And then they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, you know, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started to account for like nominal schedule slip and boil off. And this is how many rockets it's going to take to fuel up that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you had any questions.
I found the von Braun clip. It's D17 there, Steve.
Okay.
Von Braun says the biggest rocket you can build can only achieve Earth orbit. You need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
Okay.
Says it on camera as well as in print.
All right. This will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun.
A voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use almost all the fuel it can carry just to attain a speed great enough to balance the pull of gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, if we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel brought up by cargo rocket ships, it can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon and back.
So 3 people just said, von Braun said it twice, that you have to make ferried fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You had him say it on camera. You had Elon Musk say it, and you had a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA saying it. He also said, I just discovered this, because he is taking the Apollo launches on faith. You know, my bank web page says that my money is backed by the faith in the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moon landings, right?
So, Charlie, what do you make of that video of von Braun saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? And because it would take, he said it would take all the fuel in the rocket to get that orbit around the Earth, and then you would need to refuel again before going to the moon.
I've never heard that before. Actually, they built the Saturn V.
Yep.
And the Saturn V.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I clipped it there just because he just starts talking in the third person. He doesn't even know what to say.
Must be a challenge to know. I mean, what do you say? You know, you have all your handlers watching you and everything else, and so you can't say something wrong. What would you say? Other
Well,
than
he didn't get
dude,
the updated script, right? He was probably trained on a script back in the 1960s, and he stuck in the, are you saying we went there? We didn't go there? And he just says that over and over again like an automaton.
This will be a
back
really
moon
good clip
rocks.
to present to the Globers, you know?
And look, I'm not even going to spill the beans on the smarter everyday dude. I want them to start slandering him. Okay. His dad worked on the James Webb Telescope and has worked at NASA for something like 30, 40 years. This kid grew up mingling with these people. That's why he said, oh, I know a bunch of people. He does. They know him from like when he was a little boy. He's known these people. He's totally integrated into their culture.
That makes perfect sense, you know? You'd expect a backstory like that for, you know, the poster child of science to the youth on YouTube and
He's
stuff
also
like that.
the one. He's also the one that went around with Don Pettit and said, what do you do if you get a leak? He's the guy that asked him that question.
I thought that was Veritas or something like that. No,
it's smarter every day.
Was it? Is it the same dude? It's just
Yeah,
changed
he's
their
also
name?
the dude who showed the baffling behavior of the balloons.
I'm not aware of that. Describe that to us.
It's when you put a helium balloon in a car and weight in the car. So one weight is hanging from the ceiling. The helium balloon is tied to the floor. When you accelerate, the weight goes backwards, but the balloon goes forwards.
Yeah,
that's weird, but there's actually an explanation to that. The explanation would be that the air in the car moves backwards, right, and pushes the balloon forwards.
Yeah, it bunches up at the back, essentially.
I find that an acceptable answer. I mean, you don't have to, but I think it is. It's plausible. The only way to know what they should do is like put some smoke in the car, right? Colored smoke. See if that actually happens.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Like I just don't think there's enough actual testing. There's too much like, well, I believe it might be something like this, and that's just where it ends.
Yeah, because there's the 0G planes. They got helium balloons in those, and when they go into 0G, the balloons go to the floor, which I thought was crazy. Like I'm like the air thing doesn't even explain that. because they're in free fall. They're in neutral. They're not even. They can't be. They're not. Well, I guess they would be accelerating technically.
Could I comment on something regarding the clip?
Oh yeah, like I said,
just quickly,
I played it for comment.
Indio, do you have the source for that? So I want to put it in my Flat Earth Central server in the library there.
Did you? Yeah. Do you want the YouTube link?
Yeah, something like that. That'd be
Yeah,
good.
I'll DM it to you.
Yeah,
This was
awesome.
done
Thank
on
you.
December 1st, so
Awesome.
Yeah, this was very recent. This was the actual astronaut versus who was he against?
Bart Sibrel.
Yeah, I wanted to say it was him, but I wasn't entirely sure.
I'm not even a big fan of Bart Sibrel. I think he's he does say stuff that actually he can't back up sometimes. This is not one of those things.
At least he substantiated everything in that clip there, and that's pretty damning by itself. But what I wanted to comment on, but I need clarification, is when he started speaking about the rocket engineer at NASA just finding out that it's going to take like 6 rockets, and kind of his is like, how do you just find out something like that? You know what I mean? Wouldn't your head be in all them numbers every day, all day? How does that just like blindside you? I think that was pretty telling in itself.
Dude, he's at a debate about the fake moon landing, and he's like, "What do you mean you're saying we didn't go there?" Like 3 times. Like, dude, are you senile? Like, fucking, didn't you read your email? Like, how did you get here? Like, where am I going? Going to a debate. What are we debating? You're not going to the moon landing. Gets there. What are we debating? Like, come on, bro. I mean, seriously. His responses. Bart Sibrel didn't even have to say anything about the rockets. Like, just the response. Hey, people said you didn't go to the moon, and then he starts talking in third person. Like, that's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about handlers and all this, but like, handlers put him in this position. Surely.
Look, bro, if I said, "Hey, man, what'd you cook for breakfast?" and you started talking about how frying pans work, right? Like, I'd be like, "What? Like, apparently you didn't have breakfast, or you lost your mind, right?" Well, frying pans go on top of the stove, and they get heated up, and occasionally, eggs are broken. And like, yeah, I want to know what you cooked for breakfast. Like, I didn't need a freaking. It's great. Nobody does that. No, like, only psychos talk like that.
You sure it's not early onset dementia or something?
I mean, I guess it could be, but
not maybe early onset, but early stages of dementia. I mean,
yeah, I clipped out that one part. They also go over the radiation. They go over the moon rocks. They go over a bunch of other stuff. But the only part I heard was that one part. David Banner, he's a flat earther. He's a British flat earther. He like live streams on Saturday, and he was playing that, and I'm like, holy shit, dude, this is gold.
Sure, yeah. I wonder what the end game of putting these things out to the public is, though. Like putting these astronauts in this position, you know, because if they're just like, I wonder if they're trying to create like a soft landing environment to finally admit, yeah, the original moon landings were bullshit, right?
Well, you also got to think about,
right? We're going for real now with Artemis and all that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it though. The people that ran that, right? So say it's a secret compartmentalized, like super secret compartmentalized, right? There's only a few people that know. If you have a couple deaths, now people don't like. What if his handlers died, and his handlers were like freaking 90 years old? You know what I mean? How did they pass the torch? Maybe he just outlived the people that were in the program, and there are no handlers, and he's stuck in his Manchurian Candidate mind control loop. Poor guy.
Yeah, something like that.
No one said the word that gets me out of it. I'm stuck in the fucking loop.
Oh man, what a story it would be to truly find out the goings-ons behind all this stuff. You know, the God's eye view.
That'd actually be a good book. You could probably write that book. Dude is brainwashed, but he's still conscious. But the MK Ultra programming's got him like in a hypnotic loop, and he's aware of it, and he can't get out until someone says the freaking trigger word that releases him, and all his handlers died. He's just being tortured. He wants to tell everybody that the moon landing's fake, but he can't.
Have you seen The Irishman? Yeah. The
movie? Yeah.
Yeah. You know, right at the end when De Niro he's old, he's done, right? And the FBI agents are there. It's like, who you fucking protecting? Everybody's dead.
Yeah, that's funny. That's why, you know, it has to be related to bloodlines. There's no way that this power structure can last for so long if it's not passed through bloodlines. You know, it has to be. How else could it continue? Because all the people, all the dirty people, right at the top, the elites, they all die off. And unless they're passing it through some hereditary or they're anointing successors, right? How can it continue?
Yeah, it's actually it's bloodlines, and it's the esoteric structure of their like different
Oh, like
societies
initiates,
of the elites.
right? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And so that maintains the structure, prepares the next generation, and then the bloodline kind of use nepotism to keep each other on the top of the pile.
In any other words, it's called inheritance.
You think the people that came up with the idea of faking the moon landing, like, did they not think that they were going to get caught, or did they think either they thought getting caught didn't matter, which it probably doesn't, right? Even if they came out and said, "Yeah, we faked it," everybody like, "It's okay. It was the Cold War. We understand." Everybody would do that. You know, everyone would do that shit, especially the boomers.
I think what I think's best and most fair to say is that is kind of human nature, that most humans are members of the Church of what's happening now. So once they tell the audience to unplug chip A from their brain and plug in chip B, they've forgotten what they've been told while chip A was in.
Yeah,
Well, the Ukraine war is almost over, so what do you think's next?
I'm not sure, but I think they're pretty convinced that like they're gonna be fine as long as they just stretch out any accountability until you're dead, and you see that happening all the time. People get protected, like Epstein didn't traffic to anyone but himself, apparently, according to Cass Patel. But after like those people grow a little bit older, like you'll get like in 10, 20 years, you'll get like, oh, these people did bad stuff, brr, brr, brr. And that'll be used as justification for other things. But it's in the now, you generally don't get anything. So like there was heavy like pushback against like alternative thought back in the day. You were painted as crazy and put in an insane asylum.
You know, back during our current president's first term, there was this thing going around where he had supposedly saluted a North Korean general. And of course, that's how it looked in the picture. And what he was doing is he was returning a salute while a big number of them were all kind of saluting each other and stuff. And, you know, there are still people that talk about him just as if he just walked up to a North Korean general of some sort and saluted him, even though it's been long debunked. And that's how, once you've told the lie and it's accepted, most people will never let go of that lie. So I would suspect, I just, you know, maybe in the grand scheme of things, maybe the truth is the moon landing is one of the least, maybe it's actually one of the smaller gigs that they've pulled off. You know, I certainly wouldn't be surprised that, because they pulled off some big ones.
Yeah, but I think you're probably right. It's the smallest, but it's like the shiniest. You know what I mean? It's the most audacious.
Yeah,
It's crazy. Like, it's a crazy claim, dude. You gotta think those things up there, those little dots. We went to one.
Yeah, it's also it's we conquered the heavens, is what they're saying.
Yeah, you know, it's certainly just a recreation of the Tower of Babel. There's no doubt about it. But I mean, what's more audacious, saying that they went up to a rock in the sky, or believing in the indestructible passports? I mean, to me, the indestructible passports is far more audacious.
Well, the government can violate physics whenever they want. So
Worse was the building that collapsed despite having almost no fires.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine. He was all angry a couple years after that happened. And I mean, he was furious because there were some people sitting in a restaurant talking about how maybe that didn't go according to what the news told him. And I told my friend, I said, I tell you what, I said, go home. When you get home, just go search for number 7 and tell me what came up there. Just go on YouTube and just search number 7. And he didn't call me for a week. And then finally, he called me out of the blue that next Sunday, and just talking like nothing happened. And I said, hey, so I didn't hear from you all week. I knew you were busy, but did you look up what I asked you to? And he said, yeah. He said, those people at that restaurant were right. That was all a hoax. And he started spouting off stuff that I had not even heard. And he said, yeah, that's why you've not heard from me in a week. He said, I've been watching these videos for a week.
it's pretty audacious to claim that no one in Washington, D.C. saw a fully loaded commercial airliner do a freaking corkscrew dive into the Pentagon, nor did any of the 200 cameras surrounding the Pentagon. They all missed it too. That's pretty
And there
audacious.
they had these wonderful indestructible
And no
wire
debris.
tools.
I forgot that the Pentagon. It automatically just eats metal debris.
Yeah, even the engines disappeared.
Yeah, and there were these indestructible wooden wire spools there. Just unbelievable. I mean,
Now I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second. Should the government respect people that gullible? Shouldn't they just treat them like a bunch of fucking
No.
idiots if they're gonna be that stupid?
I think you have
Yeah,
your answer,
I've
my
said
friend.
this before. Yeah.
Your question is your answer.
I mean, why are we whining about it? Maybe they deserve it.
You know, you've all probably heard me on my little tirade, and since this is Speculation Sunday, I'll give it again. You know, if somebody's not ready to go through a door or go past a gate, maybe it's best that we don't try to drag them through a door or a gate they're not ready for. If they're that gullible, that means they're not ready to go to the next gate. Just maybe it's just what they need.
Well, that's what I think about like 80% of the people that come in here. They're just chilling, hanging out in whatever kind of arbitrary other channel that's challenging nothing fundamentally. It's all day-to-day stuff, and then they pop in here and have you know everything shattered in one go. Right? They're not ready for that.
No doubt, and in a moral sense, if you drag somebody through a door or a gate to somewhere that they're not ready to be, like it or not, you're kind of responsible for their condition to an extent. So my kind of theory is maybe it's best that we keep that in mind. Maybe throw out a few breadcrumbs so they can come back when they
Yeah.
are ready.
Yeah, I used to say something along them lines. Say, if you're kind of involved in burning someone's house down in any way, you should probably be responsible in helping rebuild it too. But I don't care at this point. Like, the world is going way too fucked, way too fast. I don't have the time to be rebuilding these guys' houses.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. In that case, just don't light the match and let them leave a few breadcrumbs so they light the match themselves, I guess. But
Now, I guess my opinion's changed on it because, like, realizing the reality of the world is not that fucking terrifying. Just grow a set, Like, we're coddling these people with that kind of thinking,
Well, but also we don't also know what their mental situation is. We don't know what world they live in. Like, for instance, if they've got a kid, if it's a kid of some sort that's 16, 17, or 18, and they've got a parent like Brenda, what could possibly happen? We don't always know what happens on the other end of the Discord line. That's the
Certainly,
only
but I mean that's minutiae that you'll just never be able to account for, and you'll just be endlessly tripping over yourself trying to, walk on eggshells essentially.
Well, I don't think we need to walk on eggshells. I just think that, like, the moment somebody starts to break down or something like that, rather than keeping them in the spiral, just, hey, sorry, it sounds like this conversation is not ready for you. Come back to us tomorrow. Come back to us another day when you're a little more reflected. Adios,
Yeah, I
pal.
agree with that. I fully agree with that. That we should invite people to leave far more often, or even just turn our back on them and move to someone else instead of constantly pestering and pestering. One flat earther leaves, another flat earther comes in and has their hours time with them, That type of stuff I agree with.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, now don't get me wrong, I'm not for mollycoddling somebody, but if somebody can't handle the conversation for whatever, or we get the idea that something ain't right, it is best to move on. But regardless, I just find it interesting that the stuff that people will believe, like once upon a time, they told pregnant mothers, "Oh, take this thalidomide; it'll be good for you." You know, they did all kinds of stuff, that all kinds of health and science scams out there that they pull off. You know, sometimes I wonder if they gave us the moon landing so it keeps us busy for and not focusing on the really important stuff. Not that the moon landing's not important, but just, you know, there's so many other brilliant scams that they pull on us just right in front of us, and most people aren't ever any the wiser.
Oh, yeah, it's no doubt that they put stuff out there. We just go back and forth on and waste our times while they just get on with what they're doing. That's why I think, you know, Globers really react the way they do to Flat Earth, because the book opens and the book actually closes in this topic. Every other topic, right? Because, you know, I believe everybody, you know, believes in some conspiracy of some level. Even these Globers that would deny it, you know. I mean, they are conspiracy theorists fundamentally, because they spend all day claiming this or that about the opposite political party, you know, conspiring against their interests, yada yada. You know, they are conspiracy theorists. So, but with this topic, you know, it's like, yeah, the ground measures flat, and that is that, and that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, no doubt. It's just it's interesting. You know, I was in talking about Washington D.C. I was in Washington D.C. last month, and so I used to not. I didn't actually ever live there, but I practically lived there. I spent a good number of weeks in 2000 and a good number of weeks in 2001, and then in 2002, just northeast of Washington D.C. And so I was having some interesting talks with a couple people. One guy, he's the public relations director of a industry group based there, and so we were talking about the supposed National Guard there, and he was like, well, he's like, said, I kept seeing this stuff in the news, and he's like, they're showing these neighborhoods to where the National Guard is, and he's like, not only are those the wrong neighborhoods, he's like, he's like, what's reported in the news about living here is nearly always wrong. And so I get on the subway to catch the bus and see how it's perfectly clean. Everybody looking at me saying, yes, sir, no, sir. You know, extremely polite. And it becomes very clear that maybe the biggest scams that they pull on us are the ones right in front of our faces that we could go verify if we wanted, but very few people ever will. You know, he was just of the bend that, you know, it makes for good news theater, infotainment theater, that they gives them good screen time. Because then you have some news stations talking about, oh my God, it's so dangerous, they bring up the National Guard, and then you've got others showing, you know, why is the National Guard coming into these neighborhoods? and so it's certainly an interesting sign of our times.
Hello. Yo.
What's up?
All righty. So, is Sabrell, is he primarily disingenuous and just telling the message so nobody will listen to it? Or is he primarily genuine and just like anybody else prone to a few superfluous things?
Well, well, well. Hello?
Well, well, well.
Well, well, well. How y'all doing, man? Little nigga. Oh my god. Nobody speaks.
Hi, how are you guys?
Pretty good, mate. Yourself?
What? What you said?
I said, I'm pretty good. Yourself?
Ah, me, I'm pretty good. Thanks. What are you talking about? What's topic? Flat Earth?
Flat
Yes.
Earth, yes.
Do you think Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it's flat. What do you think it is?
Oh, I think it's round. But
Why do you think
other
it's
guy,
round?
I asked it pass because it is round.
Yeah, just saying it is round. Why do you think it is round? What tells you it is round?
Because in education system says it is round.
So you've gone and checked to make sure education system is telling the truth?
Why they want to say a lie? Why? Why they don't want to say truth?
Maybe they don't know. Maybe they've never checked themselves.
What? What you said? Excuse me, my English is not good. You're speaking
Speaking too fast?
You're a native,
Well,
huh? Speaking,
yes.
you're a native, huh? Because of that, I don't
So
understand some words.
maybe education system just passing on misinformation through the years. They've never checked it. So they
Why?
just pass on the information. They're not telling
Why?
lies. They just don't know.
Why they want to say why a lie? They want to say a lie. Why? Why? It. I don't know.
Maybe they don't know.
I think it's. Maybe they don't know. But they know. They know. How can I prove? How can I say? You look at sun. You could look at moon. All of these are moon. You see, sun, moon. All of these are round. So Earth must be round. It's the
So
explanation.
why must Earth be round if Sun is round and Moon is round? Why must Earth be round?
Because it. How can I say? Okay, let me sort it. I will say to you. Okay.
All right.
Please, 5 minutes or 6 minutes.
No, you're good, mate.
Do you know Newton's law? Oh, how can I say Newton's law? Or
So you were telling
how can I
us.
say? Or
You were telling us about how the sun and the moon are round, therefore the Earth has to be round.
yes, I'm saying because it our how can I say our cosmos is allow our cosmos allow all of the things are same. It's because of this all of planets, all of as I don't know something are round. It's because of this. It's because of this, or it must be round.
So it must be round. So if we go out and measure, we should be able to measure how round it is.
I didn't understand how. What you said.
If we go out and measure, so say we find a very large lake and we get a laser and shoot across the lake, we should be able to measure how much curve there is, how much drop over distance.
I didn't
If you're
understand.
okay, I'll put a little picture up. This might help.
Okay.
On a drop.
Sorry for this. My English is not good.
No,
Because of this.
don't apologize. You're in the channel for learning English. So while you're learning English, all good.
Thanks.
Okay, that picture there might help you a little bit to understand. So see in the side chat?
Huh? It's because of this. It's because of Earth is so huge, so thin. This is round. Is
I know you got excited when you saw the curvature bit. The problem is when we go out to test for this and they shoot the laser, the straight one,
yes.
What happens is they get this one instead.
It's because of Earth is huge. Earth is so huge. We can't see.
At 10 miles, 66 foot of drop is what's supposed to be there. 20 miles, 266 feet of drop.
I don't know.
Well, here's the chart so you can work it out.
Okay, what you're saying? You're saying I can't describe this. I can't understand fully.
At the moment, this is what's happening. You're saying ball or sphere, and we're saying let's go measure. So we go measure, not a sphere, coming back as flat.
Flat. How you measure this?
I'll show you. I'll post video up for you so you can see.
Okay.
I'll just grab one. There it is. All right. In the side chat, laser test. over 21 miles.
Hi guys.
How's it going, man?
All good, thanks. So, are you talking about a specific topic or something?
Yes, our friend here was telling us how he believes he lives on a ball because the
Oh,
sun and the moon are round, so he thinks the earth is round too.
yeah, I think so. I agree with that.
Interesting. So, why is it when they do laser tests, they don't measure any curvature?
Say that one more time.
Why is it when they do laser tests, they don't measure any curvature?
They did.
You might want to watch that video that I just posted up.
Sure.
So, what video are you referring to when you say they did?
I'll paste it here. Yeah, do you see the picture in the chat?
Not yet.
No, this one. Let me reply to this picture. You're gonna see the distance, like they
Yep.
are taking a specific point and like every point referring to a different distance. So that means there's a curves here.
No, that chart represents what there should be. That doesn't say that there is curve. That's saying, based on the assumption of the 3,959 mile radius, that's how much drop there should be. The issue is when we go out and measure for
No,
that,
bro.
that
Let
drop is
me
not
tell you
there.
something. Let me tell you something.
I
Can you hear
think
me?
it's not true. I've watched the video.
I will post the video for you, and then you can see.
Lazy tenor on Jaron. Well, they both went. Is that your intro music?
when you make a positive claim, you have what's called a burden of proof.
Yo, let's get this party started. So,
Well, you better get some
yeah,
Globers in here then.
something I've realized, if you are on Grok, right, you can like customize Grok. I set my Grok to be like the master flat earther, and he's literally debunking the globe left and right, bro. That's a first for AI, bro.
Or you can just use common sense and do it yourself.
Yeah, but I'll show you the Grok response. Pretty funny. Bruh. What the fuck, bro? Now my Grok account is not working. It's just not working anymore. That's so weird.
Whoa.
What the hell, bro? They freaking banned me. If I
What?
can.
You broke it.
No, I broke it.
Maybe you should have relied on that common sense.
It says I'm a guest, but it says sign up, bro.
We
What's
have
going
a
on,
shipping
guys?
container. What's
Yeah,
going on, shipping container? What's going on, man?
doing good. Thank you. What's going on with you?
Yeah, not much, bro. So what's it like being a shipping container?
Well, feels good, man. Since the Earth is flat, I don't fall off. No, I actually might fall off the edge. That's what I'm scared of. That's what I'm scared of. Is this streaming in YouTube, as always?
Yep.
Yep. Cheers.
Nice.
So you've been in here before, obviously.
Many months. I'm actually in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. I'm in that too.
Oh, nice. Cool. How long have you been a member of that
Someone
server?
invited me. Let's. How can I know? I don't know. Many months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bro, no way. Did I save it? Photos? Of course I didn't, because I thought it would be there. But what kind of shit is that?
Quantum degreaser.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
You guys still have like heated arguments? Like back then when I joined this voice channel, it was all fights.
Nah, not really. I mean, we try to keep it
It
pretty
was like
chill in here.
yeah, but back then it was like a, I don't know, boxing ring. Fights, 24/7 fights.
You mean in the home server or in the English hub?
No, right here. I'm actually shocked. It's pretty chill now.
Yeah, we try to keep it pretty chill. I mean, sometimes there's, it depends who's in here and what the globe earthers are like at the time.
Yeah.
Look at Elon Musk getting called out by Lucifer. Some funny shit, bro.
Called out by Lucifer. What, Satan?
Yeah, yeah. In the side chat, I posted a picture.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
Hey, Container, when you say fall off the edge, I know you were just joking, but like, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not convinced that Earth is flat, but well, the only reason that I think they were admins, they added me to 24/7 Flat Earth server was because it had resources on Flat Earth. I told them, all right, I'm gonna go read those, research it, because they backed up the info with mathematics and geometry and all that stuff. So I was interested to research it, but unfortunately, this is on me. I didn't because so many things came up in my personal life. It was many months ago, but someday I will. That's about it.
Cool. Yeah, man, it's interesting once you look into it. I mean, look at the, like critically analyze the long distance observations. It's what really did it for me. I actually went out and did a
What?
bunch myself, but yeah, yeah, we don't claim like a shape that would have an edge that you could fall off of.
Yeah, I really don't know. What do you guys claim that Earth like? Do you even know like, based on your information, how it looks like? What does flat look like?
Flat's the description of a surface, and it depends on the context that you're using the word in as well. So in this context, it would be like most of the surface of the Earth that we know about is covered in water, and the water's not curving over distance. So technically, a surface that's not curved would be a flat surface. And then obviously we have hills and valleys and mountains and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
the
yeah,
experiment that
which
the experiment
experiment?
that one of the guys here told me in the there's a lake between Chicago and Michigan, I believe, and they observe it. Like they can see Chicago from Michigan, which, based on what I think NASA said or something, it shouldn't. We couldn't. We should not see it by any camera, right? That was the experiment that they were like told me. Very interesting.
Yeah, man, that's what you'll find is like there's no observations that match up with the globe. And we can see huge distances further than you should be able to see all the time.
Yeah.
It's interesting, like not one measurement or observation throughout all of history of validating Earth curvature. Crazy. People are left with just like a belief system, right? Like stories about things that they can't validate, that they would have to trust the person telling them the story as their primary, evidence, rather than being able to actually go check it for themselves, like space photographs and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's
What
worth
do you
looking into. That's what I mean.
Yeah, definitely worth looking into. What do you think about America's moon landing? Do you think they faked the moon landing?
Well, the videos are fake for sure, because who was there when the rocket uh, landed? No one. But the moon landing itself, I really don't know. Well, it was always like funny for me. Something about it was funny, but I haven't looked into it yet.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
what do you
even if I
guys?
thought the Earth, even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would 100% call bullshit on the moon landings, just because I've looked into it. It's definitely bullshit once you look into it.
Well, your what is it called? The admins there, um, they claim that they don't believe in international, what's it called? Station.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, in the orbit, and they don't. They said just that they don't know what the moon actually is. It's just there, or
Yeah,
what
nobody,
the
nobody
sun
nobody
is.
can confirm these things. No one's denying that there's these things are something, right? But when it comes to specifics, you're gonna have to choose whether you want to trust the mainstream story about what they are, which has no empirical evidence to back it up. Just a model, I guess, just a mathematical model that hasn't been that you can't validate. It's just like a faith-based thing. And
Yeah,
also the claim it violates a bunch of natural laws and things like that, right? Like they say that the moon's in the vacuum of space, and the ISS, right, violates a bunch of natural laws as well. But yeah, there's a moon in the sky. You know, we can't empirically validate all of the specifics about it, unfortunately. Similar to the ISS, you know, there's so much like faked footage from the ISS. It's just ridiculous. You know, the women obviously using hairspray. Okay, and then the interviewer will be like, "Oh, how do we really know you're up in space?" And they'll point at their freaking troll doll looking hairspray hair. And you go, "Look at my hair. Where else could I possibly be with hair like this?" And then they getting caught in their wires and using green screens. And then there's bubbles in the spacewalk as if they're in a pool with it. You know, it's just ridiculous. And the footage is just laughable. So yeah, whatever's going on with the ISS, it's super suspect.
Yeah, all right. Like any Christians here?
I
Not
imagine.
Christian.
Yeah.
But what was the channel all about? Like bottom here.
Okay. We have another globe earther in. You sound like a globe earther, Linwin.
I sound what? I didn't catch you there. Oh, what did you say?
I said, "Hello, how are you? Welcome to the channel."
Hmm.
Are you a Christian yourself or not?
A little bit. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but you know, definitely not like going to church each Sunday and following the mainstream Christianity, if you know what I mean. Looking into it,
Bible?
I'd say I'm looking into it. I grew up Christian and then I fell away from it because the people in the church were freaking batshit crazy, turned me right off it. And then, you know, years of looking into flat earth, I was kind of agnostic about it. I knew that there would have to be some kind of creator. And then more recently, I've started looking a bit more into it because, you know, sometimes you'll see some information and it gets you thinking. So yeah, now I'm sort of looking into it again. There's definitely a whole bunch of, you know, like, for lack of a better term, like fuckery, you know, with the translations and you know what's happened throughout history of maybe things being changed and things like that. So I'm not sure, but yeah, something to it, I
Well,
think.
I'm a kind of new believer, 3 or 4 months. I pray that you get your faith back, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm not against it. I'm looking into it, but yeah, I think there's some issues with the mainstream version of it. But
The mainstream, yeah, for sure.
you know what I
What do
mean?
you mean the mainstream version, though? Like, which one?
Yeah,
The
like
translation, do you
you
mean?
know, like if you go to church, like the preachers at the churches, they'll all generally
Oh, for
preach
sure.
pretty much the same kind of thing. It's you know, like there's also, you know, some parts of the Bible they'll say a literal, some parts they'll say a metaphors, and I don't know. I think a lot of the translation is probably not correct. Not that I'm saying I know the correct translation, but I think I don't know. I think a lot of things are being changed and left out, and I don't know. You know.
Well, this isn't a Christian channel, but from what I know, the translations they don't contradict each other at all, but they can be a little bit different, but they are saying the same thing. But what I was asking was like, how this flat Earth thing does with Christianity, you know? 'Cause I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, it
Because the Bible
matches.
says
You know,
many things,
like
yeah?
the Bible is basically like a flat Earth book. If you look at the ancient Hebrew depiction of the system that we live in, it's this. You know, it's the same as what all of the other ancient cultures that believed the Earth was flat. You know, it's a flat stationary Earth within a contained system. And there's a bit more to it. Have you seen the ancient depictions of this Earth realm that we live in from the Hebrews, from the Bible, essentially?
No, I haven't looked
Oh,
into
really?
that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm on my phone, so I'll see if I can.
So, depictions like, are there verses in the Bible that you could like link me to? The Old Testament, probably.
Go. Should pop up in a second.
Yeah, I saw the images, but can these be linked directly to the Bible? Hello? Anybody hear me?
What did you
Yeah.
say? What was your question?
We can hear you.
So, DJ sent me some images of the ancient depiction of Hebrews on Earth, like it's flat in the images. I was asking that can we like link this to the Bible?
Those
Well, the
images
Bible,
used to be in the Bible.
well, the Bible depicts flat stationary. So, I mean,
Really, like which version of it?
well, it talks
Yeah,
about a dome, talks about four corners, talks about the earth cannot be moved, it talks about the sun moves.
Can
yeah,
you
two.
link like I'm asking if there are verses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
there's
There's
verses.
this is all in verses. Even if you just go to Genesis right now and just read the first
All right, Genesis.
couple. Yeah. But look, I don't know if someone's got it, but has anyone got the image that's got like the 200 Bible verses?
Hold on.
Cheers, Matrix. I'm on my phone. I got nothing on
I
here.
assume it's in the Old Testament, right?
Yeah. There's probably stuff from the New Testament as well. Not sure. Mostly from the Old Testament. But yeah, like
Let's
God
see.
said, He created a firmament and He placed the stars and the sun and the moon in the firmament. And He placed the earth on foundation so it can never be moved. That the earth is like clay under seal, right? There's tons. Yeah, I don't remember them all of the exact verses, but yeah, we'll find you the link that got all of that in it. Because we usually like attack the topic from just an empirical standpoint, showing real world laser tests, long distance observations, and we try to stay away from like biblical stuff and speculation and stuff like that. But yeah, if someone wants to know about that, of course we can find that for you as well.
So what it definitely doesn't do, the scriptures definitely don't describe Earth as being a spinning ball in a vacuum of outer space.
Well, the Bible doesn't contain any science at all. Like it doesn't contain chemistry, like physics, anything science
Bullshit.
related.
Bullshit. It talks about it.
Okay, like what verses?
It talks about how the fallen ones came and taught humans how to do those things: engineering, chemistry, biology. Taught them about plants.
Sure.
Yeah, plants, mixing different plants and things together to form other things for makeup and even getting high, I suppose. Things like that. Yeah, they taught them all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, but
it talks about that. Music, taught them all sorts of things, bro. Things that they were never supposed to know.
Yeah, but does it talk like directly about the process of those, like process of chemistry? Because science is like the process of things. But does it just talk about like some people?
Not advanced stuff, but it talks about how they built things.
It's kind of advanced. It says each produces after its own kind. It says
there you go.
Dust.
They still use that term today in science. Kind. As in the species, and like animals, kind.
The life of the flesh is in the blood.
Yeah, but you can't can you use this in science? I don't think so. Like, not the terms. Terms can be used, but it's not a scientific book. It's a religious book, the Word of God.
Right, and also the topic of the shape of the Earth and whatnot. Right, it's not even a science question itself anyway. It's geometry.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Bible isn't claimed to be a science book, that's for sure. But yeah, it depicts a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth, just like all other ancient religions and
it mentions
all other
the word science, doesn't it? DJ?
It talks about, of course.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It uses the word science. What does it say in that verse about in the English translation, King James? It talks about science. Science so claimed to be, or something so called, or something like that. And it's talking about testing everything. Test what you're told. Don't just go, like willy nilly following you along like a blind fucking sheep.
Sure, man, but it just talks about it. It doesn't go deep. And scientific books, they go really deep into the process. It's not
that. Depends though what you're talking about. Like DJ was just pointing out, not in this respect, not in this context, because you could say it's maybe an endeavor to gain knowledge about the natural and physical world, but it doesn't mean you're necessarily using natural science or the scientific method, right?
Well, all right. But if you have any verses, I'll be glad to read.
Well, you should check out. I think there's probably a biblical section in the home server. You said you're in the home server. Check out the biblical section. All of the things I'm talking about would be posted in there, showing all the different verses and that kind of thing.
All right, I'll look into these and share it with some Christians as well.
I mean, see, this is the thing though. Any kind of scientific knowledge, or advanced, sort of knowledge that would be akin to what we have, we achieve today, right? Back then, wouldn't necessarily have been added into a Bible right, or scriptural text, right? That would have been separate. So you would have
Yeah,
a
that's
section of their
not
library
supposed
where
to.
you have your Word of God inspired scrolls, and then they probably had scrolls for like recipes for cooking and accounts of other events that happen that lots of genealogy lists, and that is in the Bible. But I mean, like you'd have these separate things, like plans for how to build a certain type of structure, etc., bridges, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not those sort of things aren't going to necessarily be placed within a catalog
Yeah.
or a collection of books talking about God, right? And
Yeah,
how you should
basically,
live your
it's not
life
supposed to
spiritually
be.
and
Right.
morally, Right, yeah. So you wouldn't really expect those sort of documents to be within the Bible anyway, right?
Yeah, but that's the reason I ask is, as I told you, like I believe in Christ, and Bible is like a really important resource for me. Like I had to ask that. Like, does the
Right.
Bible
Well,
say
did
anything?
you know historians, anthropologists, etc., right, academics, they understand, people that study ancient cultures and just cultures they understand, right, that these ancient cultures, especially the Hebrew culture going back thousands of years, had a cosmological view of the Earth being a motionless, stationary, enclosed realm. That's how they
Sure.
viewed their world. That's how they thought about their world, if they could have viewed it from a third person perspective, like from a God's eye view. They would have said that. And there's pictures depicted, like, because they've had traditions passed down by orally, right? There's oral tradition, and it's still being passed down today, and it's well understood amongst themselves and academics that that's how they viewed the world. And lots of ancient cultures, that's how they viewed the world, right? They all thought it was flat.
Yeah, that's what all people thought when Galileo said it was a globe, right? It says everybody
Well, they did
disagreed. Like that. That means
because of the
everybody
natural
like.
experience. Because that's how they
Yeah, but
that's how they observed the world, and that's how they used the surface of the earth as well.
yeah, what I'm saying is that everybody believed that it was like it is a flat surface.
Yeah, not believed. That's their experience, and that's the way that they
Yeah,
treated it.
basically.
That's the way they built upon it, and that's the way they navigated upon it. There was no other reason. There was no reason to think it was anything else other than that.
Well, yeah, I'll look into the stuff. Share with Christians for sure. All right, guys. Thank you for your time. God bless. I have to go.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Why are some people's names appearing like faded for me? Fe Batman and Yoda's name is like faint, not highlighted.
You on your
It's really
you on
weird.
your PC or phone?
I'm just on phone.
I don't know. They all look normal to me. If you turn your head away and look at other things, do they appear faded too?
No, it's just like I'll show you a snapshot.
Yours will come
Show
out
you where.
clear.
You haven't developed tunnel vision, have you?
There you go. See how their names are faded out?
Maybe they got you blocked.
Interesting.
What's up, vintage?
Am I? Oh shoot. Do you guys want to help me get this guy's reaction on get his claim on the globe? He's the highest IQ holder, allegedly. We just
What's
got a
this
couple
highest
of us.
IQ holder business? What?
Show you again, one sec.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Who's the highest IQ holder?
This
Oh,
guy.
it's let's. Oh, he's just gone. I was going to say let's think together. He sounds pretty intelligent. He took off.
Young Hoon Kim. Young Hoon Kim. And I'm trying to, like, every day I post on his, I comment on his stuff. I say, because he's always making claims. He's saying, follow Jesus Christ as the highest IQ holder. I claim that Jesus Christ is Lord. And I comment, I'm saying, okay, what is your globe claim? And like every day I'm commenting, like, prove the earth is a globe. I want to hear his stance. Or at least challenge him to think about it, because he's probably not even thinking about it. So if a couple of us comment, maybe he'll see it.
Kind of goes to show that IQ ain't the whole story, you know?
Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't get his claim on the earth because it might be dangerous for him. He posted 25 minutes ago. All right, here goes my daily comment. Prove the earth is a globe. Or I'll say still waiting.
Just climb a tree, bro.
Climb a tree.
Did you make that matrix?
I didn't make it, but I was quite happy to steal it.
I'll never understand the swinging a bucket of water around thing.
Yeah.
It's like, eh?
Yeah, turn that bucket around, miss.
Now, miss, we want you to do the same thing, but this time put the water on the outside of the bucket.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, why do you even need a bucket to begin with? I mean, apparently the outside of balls are a cup.
Is that demonstration still done in schools?
I think it's still done in introductory to physics classrooms.
Yeah, but it's not done in relation to the Earth.
That's me vintage.
That's what I always say. Oh, we got pictures from space. Okay, duplicate that photo.
That's what that guy the other night, when it was just me and he came in and he's like, "Bro, I'm an astronaut, bro. I've been to space. I've seen it." Yeah. Like, yeah, sure, right. No, that's it. I'm not going to talk if you're going to be stupid. You know, be honest. I'll have a decent conversation with you, but you're just going to laugh. No, sorry.
Space is everywhere. Can't escape it.
Space is fake and gay.
You heard the song "Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Most Extraordinary Earth." People think the Earth is this giant dirt ball covered in water and air spaceship.
Yay, I got my grok back finally. Okay.
You guys ever just like look at the chats of other channels or something?
Fuck no.
Yeah, it's fucking demanded. Why they always come in this channel and they're like, why is no one speaking? Because they just came out of like a total fucking shit flinging monkey pit, you know?
Hmm. Did they come over willingly, or were they moved to the channel?
Yeah, well, people got their suspicions about that.
Because I guess that's a quick way to get rid of hot micers and stuff like that, or shit disturbers.
So right now I have ChatGPT arguing against the Grok. ChatGPT is the Glober. Grok is the flat earther. Grok is destroying everything, bro. Elon Musk will see this and he'll be like, "Oh shit, I gotta put a stop to that." That'll cancel his space plans.
Yeah, really, I don't know why that is allowed for mods, like why they can just drop people in other people's channels. Doesn't make sense. And then if it's only like something high level admins can do or something, then Vivek needs to kind of go through his books.
Has Brenda been shown the door here?
What, in or out?
Out.
I haven't heard it speaking here yet.
I thought I heard it over here in English once, but I don't think I've heard Brenda even in politics for a bit.
Pretty much gets instantly muted.
Yeah, that one's a mute on site. It's normally a race to see who gets it first. But except for when it's taken the piss out of someone like Vaxwax, which is great.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, even the worst GT can be used to our advantage.
If we didn't have Globers, we'd have no content.
Bro, this is so weird.
So I do have my doubts about that picture from Wales to the Alps. Because if the tallest lighthouse in the world can only be visible from 27 nautical miles in the dark, how can we see hundreds of miles to the reflective tops, which is considerably less bright than lighthouses?
What picture were you talking about? Were you talking about
What?
this picture, most recent in chat?
Yeah, that's the Wales the to the Alps.
Well, I mean, I put it in the. I asked ChatGPT if it's photoshopped. It said it's not photoshopped.
Why would it be photoshopped?
I don't know. I thought he said he didn't like this picture.
I didn't. I said to the veracity of it, because in my experience, I've never been able to take a photograph that exceeded 100 kilometers.
Oh yeah.
Though this is slightly different elevations, right? So he's taking a photograph from the highest peak uh, in Wales, so the air is indeed thinner there. So if it doesn't absorb the light as much as say at lower altitudes, then there is a possibility, but
I must admit, I I don't know. I find it a little uh, confusing at best, that picture. I think the resolution of it makes it hard for sure.
Anybody want to help me get this guy in here? The IQ guy? You gotta tell me no, yes or no. Like, if you tell me no, all right, I'll drop it. But if you don't give me an answer, I'm gonna ask tomorrow. I gotta go to work soon. We got the salt flats in Bolivia, 10,000 square miles of completely flat salt flats.
Hi. Hi. Anybody to speak here?
Hello. Yo, is any of your cartoon tours active right now? No one?
Hello? Hello? Anyone in here? Hello?
Hello? Is there somebody? There we go.
Raid!
Oh, almost. I think he's AFK.
It's all right. Just pretend like you're talking to him.
Well, that doesn't matter. As long as we're around somebody that wants to talk about flat Earth, dude, that's, you know, we can... The
Or
conversation,
listen.
of course.
Just remember, if his ears work and your mouth works, that's a match made in heaven.
Well, there you go. And if it's legible and he can understand it, that's another thing. I'm trying to figure... Arizona Bill says American. He might not understand me. Can see your mic lighting up, Bill. Are you trying to talk?
See, I called it.
That's all it takes, mate.
Isn't it Arizona Bill? Oh, Arizona Bill. See, he's sporting our flat tag.
Hello, this
Nice.
is Arizona Bill.
Oh, howdy. Do we know each other?
I don't think so.
Exactly. Do you? Hey, are you new? What brings you here? How long have you been a member? Oh, you've been here for a while, a few months.
I'm still working out the audio on this. Really didn't hear you.
I think we've spoken before, Bill. I think I've spoken to you before, sir.
No, I finally got this far on Discord. Took me a while.
Have you been mainly listening on YouTube?
I was on Rumble for most
Oh,
of the
nice.
time, but I switched to YouTube.
Oh, cool. No, well, welcome in. I'm taking it by the fact that you've got the flat tag, right? This flat server tag. I'm assuming you're a flat earther.
I am, but I don't know how I got the flat tags. Oh, maybe it was the invite. I guess I don't know.
Oh, that's awesome. It's always good when, people... I was the same, like back in the day, I was just a YouTube junkie, and I'd listen to these guys on YouTube, and then I think I clicked the Discord button one day, and it kind of registered that I was trying to join, and that's given me a Discord member since date, right? But I actually really didn't attempt to navigate through Discord or like to go to any servers or anything until the day I joined this server, right? Which was months. Like I was months watching like the conversations take place in here, but on YouTube before I even came in here and mic'd up. And even then, after I did mic up, I wasn't an active VC participant for a long, long time, like a year or maybe more.
Yes, I guess that's true for me. I've been listening to the FE 24/7 for about 6 months, and I finally decided to try to use the Discord, and I'm still having issues. Now my volume is turned all the way up here on the speakers, and I don't know how I sound. Anyway, I'll work through these kinks.
Well done, Bill. Welcome to the server. You sound fine to me, although everybody always sounds low to me, but I can hear and understand you well enough. I've pinged you from the text chat. You should have a marker on one of it says Livestream voice text. That's the text chat that we use along with the conversation that you see if you're watching from YouTube. So if there's any text stuff, like while you're in this room, it'll be shared in there. If that makes sense.
I got most of that. All the sound effects are like, wow, super loud, but all the voices are super low. I don't understand how that can be, but it's what I'm experiencing.
Yeah, you can go into the settings and cancel a lot of the sound effects. And you can also click on each user's profile and increase or decrease their volume on your end.
What's up, guys? We got a couple of people joining. Yeah, Truth likes rotating spheres. Has joined. We got Tron. We got Shrimpy and Akuse. Welcome to the chat.
Sweet. Has someone opened their microphones? Yeah.
Maybe someone wants to unlock them.
Are you there, Shrimpy? Can you open your mic and say hi?
Okay, I got my volume.
Yes, talk. So
good.
all right, all you got to do is do like this. You go verified, and then you go at TRON. Is that guy's name Tron or Trom?
Tron.
Tron. There you go. Either listen, all you got to do is server mute him, then unmute him, or issue a verified command. You can speak to him.
That's what I thought.
Okay, but listen, their names aren't. If they don't have VC verified, their names will not populate in the text chat in the live stream. So you have to do it somewhere else if you're going to issue a command. Otherwise, you have to have their voice. Their ID. Tron, you've been granted speaking terms.
Hmm. Hang on.
Yeah, Tron.
Hey, mate. That's you. Yeah.
Arizona Bill is testing.
Yep.
Good, I resolved the audio issues.
Cool. Well done. You're not a boomer.
So everyone has open terms now. So whoever's in this call can undo their mic and speak or ask their questions if they want to.
Hey, Tron.
Hello.
Hey, I had a few questions about the flat Earth. Hello stream. But you want me to list out the questions or what?
Go for it, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. So what will make the flat Earth at least more explanatorily virtuous than the globe Earth theory?
Sorry, could you say that again, please?
Yeah. What will make the flat Earth at least more explanatorily virtuous than the contrasting theory, the globe Earth?
Because the flat Earth is actually not a theory. There's physical testable evidence. You can go out and test the surface of the Earth and find that it's not curving. But the globe theory is all stories, dude.
There's a theory, and I can grant that, but that doesn't mean it will be more explanatorily virtuous than the contrasting theory. Do you know what ontic parsimony is?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so I'm just saying that, well, if a scientific theory is successful, then as the evidence would accumulate, given the theory like you brought up, we should observe prior conversions, and that's just going to be independent investigators updating towards the same theory over time. But given the fact that the flat Earth hypothesis does not exhibit prior conversions, instead, as more evidence has accumulated, there has been more divergence. And examples of that would be like the globe Earth theory, right? So, given the fact that it's more contentious, it's going to be more erroneous when we're examining the conceptual schema, right? And so, therefore, the flat Earth hypothesis would be less probable than the competing theory, such as the heliocentric model or the round Earth model.
You understand that the flat Earth theory was the original theory, and that the globe Earth theory is less probable because it's tangibly unverifiable.
Yeah, why would it be? Wait, even if I grant that, why would that mean it's less probable? And just because a given theory exists before another doesn't mean it's gonna it's gonna be like true. I don't see an argument for that.
Well, the thing is, it's based in natural science. The fact that it's less probable because gas pressure requires containment, and in the globe model, in the heliocentric model, you're working with a pseudoforce, a theoretical.
Both of them are theoretical. I don't see an argument for the flat Earth model not being a theoretical model, but I think you're confused on what I mean by theoretical or a theory. And responding to the natural science, why would the natural science mean is more probable, even granting, for the sake of argument, that would be true?
Because natural science has confines that we use in day-to-day life and humanity. That
so does the contrary theory. I don't. How does that avoid the convergence and divergence problem, which would make the theory less probable?
Convergence and divergence, where though?
Yeah, so convergence is a Bayesian marker of a truth tracking theory, right? So when a theory is true, right, through repeated observation and independent inquiry, that'll push the priors, right? It's a prior probability closer together. That's what I mean there by convergence. And divergence is a signal that the theory fails to accommodate accumulating evidence. Sorry. So agents must either endorse a theory without ad hoc moves or reject the evidence. That's divergence. Since we see more divergence between this theory and the contrary theory, it would mean that the theory would be less expected given there isn't any convergence, right? So if the theory were true, theory S were true, or theory flat Earth is true, they would expect more convergence, but we don't see more convergence. We see divergence, therefore the theory would be less probable.
Well, that's fine until you go out and actually test reality. That's the theoretical argument of it under that paradigm, yeah. But until you actually it's fine that you do come to that conclusion, but then when you apply it, the physicality of it in reality, it's contradictory to that outcome.
Well, that's even accounting for data within reality. So that wouldn't lower or shift the posteriori probability in the favor of the flat Earth theory at all. Right? This is accounting for all the evidence within reality. Right? If this theory was truly successful, then we would see a large convergence towards the given theory, but we don't. That's even due to empirical testing within reality. So that's all I need to say. I'm sorry, you can go ahead.
No, so I was only going to say, which data is it that you've got that confirms it?
Well, I'm saying even accounting for the data, right? like maybe like data that's relevant towards the flat Earth models, like what this guy Louis Su said in the chat, right? Even accounting for the data, if theory T was truly successful, then it would be expected we would see a large convergence towards a given theory, right? But given the fact that this theory is philosophically as well as empirically contended, right, rigorously, it would mean that the theory would be more erroneous, right? If the given theory is more erroneous, then they lose on probability there.
All right, so you mean the sense that the whole of science hasn't suddenly swept over the the flat Earth, because we've got empirical evidence?
Yeah, if it was a successful theory, like theories in psychology as well as theories in biology, we'll see more conversions across all domains, but we don't.
Okay, well,
so therefore, it'd be less.
How long have you been watching the demographic for?
A while now.
Okay. Well, in actual fact, it's on an upward trend again. It did take a peak, and then things closed down with the medical problems that we had, and Flat Earth was censored, and that kind of shut it down. But initially, it was on an exponential raise at one point. But as I say, it's getting there again. It's not that we're slowing down or going backwards, but the whole of science aren't going to just come across and go, "Oh, the heliocentric model's rubbish." It's all based on the heliocentric model and working around it. And that's fine if they want to do that, but it doesn't mean that they all think flat Earth is rubbish. They're all working for it and under it. They're not all
Yeah, it means no. Sorry, I'm not saying it's certainly the case that the theory is just complete rubbish. I'm just saying it would be less expected. Right? That's the relevant burden. So what the Bayesian convergence theory is saying, if you're aware of Bayesian epistemology, okay, it's fine. I'll explain it. Me and you, right, and other people in this VC right now, we're all independent agents with different priors, right? And what a prior is background information or knowledge you would have about a given parameter or a subject matter. For example, if I'm looking in the chat right now and I see this guy trying to dunk on me over mispronouncing words, I would have a prior of him just misconstruing my words or strawmanning my words. Now, another rational agent, maybe you or Shrimpy, will look at the chat and be like, well, you're probably mishearing this guy. That could be like a prior, right? That could be like background knowledge that you would have about a given parameter, right? Agents with different priors will tend to converge on the same hypothesis if A, the hypothesis makes better predictions, and B, the evidence would strongly favor it. And we can see that like within a scientific domain, right? We would have evolutions, or we can have like gravity, right? People converge and rational agents converge, given the genetic and fossils and stuff like that. And then for gravity, we see rational agents converging more to Newtonian or Einstein theories of gravity, right? So it's a case that successful theories show a trend of agreement as the evidence would build. And then so it'd be the case. It would be the case that there's no splintering in true theories, right? So as data increases, false theories will require more ad hoc fixes. So people diverge into sub camps or modifications or rejection, right? And so for P2, the justification for that is simple, right? It's a case that there's huge divergence when it comes to accommodating the flat Earth theory, right? Exhibits more divergence than convergence, right? And that's as the evidence accumulates, right? Even if you appeal to like a scientific consensus, right? It approaches unity, but the flat Earth belief, it doesn't even converge internally, right? There's a lot of flat Earth communities that disagree about the dome versus no dome, an infinite plane of existence versus a finite disk, sun's distance, the moon's distance. All that's under contention, even within the domain of the flat Earth, right? So that would express more divergence rather than convergence. So
sounds like the globe model.
That's an interesting take, but the scientific consensus like contradicts that, right? And so the more evidence would exist, the fewer experts that would accept the flat Earth, right? So given the fact that, given all these priors, it would correlate negatively about the flat Earth belief, then it would seem like this theory would be more prone to error, or at least erroneous. So the evidence accumulation will push people away from the flat Earth. Right, and
it's
so
not a popularity contest. So like, why don't you instead of straw manning us on other things?
I'm not
why don't you
ask
us well, what you are? You're saying there's domes and all this other flat earthers. Other this.
No. I'm saying No, sorry. Let me
No,
clarify.
so hold on.
Your straw man.
So
Okay.
we're a bunch of people in here are flat earthers. So why don't you ask one of us
Different models.
what are flat Earth? You know what we think of flat Earth. Go ahead.
Okay, I know.
Neil,
I'm just saying.
I was going to say, bro, because one sec, because I
Jesus
can't
Christ.
speak for everybody here, but like personally, from me, right, I'm just interested in discussion on the surface, on the geometry of the surface that we live on, and other attributes that they claim it has, like that it's in motion, right? Really beyond that, trying to explain sky phenomena and how seasons work and all that is not within the scope of my interest, right? That's outside the scope of my interest. That's not my ambition to present an entire cosmological view and cosmogony of the universe to anybody. So
no, I'm just talking about
kind of what you rambled on with was just really a red herring.
No. I didn't say that's your model, right? I didn't say your community would hold to this. I'm saying that the flat Earth in general.
I didn't say you did.
Oh, okay. Then it wouldn't be red herring.
Yeah, you
It's
don't
like really
understand
retarded.
what the flat Earth in general is. That's the problem here. The flat Earth in general.
Well, I just listed out different models.
Stop. The flat
Yeah.
Earth in general is just measurements of the surface that show no surface curvature. So that
Under your
falsifies
take?
your belief system.
No, it wouldn't, right? Because we can have different models of the flat Earth. If you take that to be your model, how does that attack the convergence?
We're not saying a model. We're saying here are measurements of the Earth's surface that falsify your religious belief system.
Yeah, I'm like a mental fictionalist about that, right? I'm a mental fictionalist, right? So whenever you say a statement that there's a measurement X that's instantiated within reality, I don't believe that'll be actually ontologically committing. I'll just reinterpret that sentence as within this psychological folklore X, right? PH would follow or something like that. Unless you can give an argument for semantic externalism, then I'll just throw that out the window. And that wouldn't falsify my argument at all.
That's dismissal, and it's not
What?
actually a coherent rebuttal against the Earth being measured flat.
No, it's a rebuttal against your account of semantic externalism being. Why are you talking over me?
It's because
Can you
you're
stop
just
talking over me?
hand-wave dismissing with nonsense.
No, I'm not. Right? You don't read
Yes, you
philosophy. You don't know what mental fictionalism. You keep talking over me. You're making the stream look bad. Can you calm down? Thank you. Now, what you're saying
I am
doesn't
very
even.
calm.
Can you
You're
mute this
just
guy?
not addressing what I'm talking about.
Okay, I don't know why I was muted, but why is what I'm saying like nonsensical? Right? Can you explain how that attacks the convergence in the Bayesian account?
Because of the basic principle of falsification. So if your premise of your whole belief system is the Earth is a ball, and you're saying that's more likely because all of these convergences, okay, that would have consequence in reality. So we can go test if that is true, and when we go and test it, it is not true.
Well, that's not sufficient enough to prove whether a theory would have convergence or divergence. That's like really retarded.
We're not testing if a theory has the convergence or divergence. That is your nonsense.
That's my argument.
We're not testing that. So that's your issue.
But my argument
we're testing
also
the surface
accounts
of
for
the
empirical.
ground. Stop.
It doesn't matter.
Relax.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Calm down. We're testing the surface of the ground.
That doesn't
it
matter.
Exhibits the curve of your belief system. It doesn't. So we are not required to believe it.
Yeah, that's like really retarded. So the convergence accounts for what you're disputing over within reality, dumb fuck retard. So even if we're accounting.
Calm down, bro. You're not going to do very well.
Man, it's okay.
Yo, trying to.
Bro. Wait, is he kicked?
Yo.
Hello?
No, I think he rage quit. Oh, yeah.
Nah, he got banned, my dog.
Well, no, he got muted, bro. Like, we're not here to take
he didn't
abuse.
get banned. He ran away like a little girl.
He said
That's what he did. He ran away. That's all what happened.
Why did y'all ban him?
He didn't
or
get
kick him or
banned.
mute him? Why did you even mute him?
Why did I mute him? He was just cussing out, being retarded.
Why is truth like
He was not addressing anything that was being said. It's obvious to anybody with a brain.
he's basically arguing with himself, and anything that we have to say, it doesn't matter because he's stating what he's saying. But then we're trying to state what we're saying, and he's like, "Oh, that doesn't matter what you're saying. It matters what I'm saying." So I mean, like, he's literally having a conversation with himself.
Well, he dismissed the point proper, which is whether the Earth actually is flat or not. When Dre said if you measure the Earth and it measures to be flat, then all the other arguments that he's making about convergence and divergence are irrelevant. Because once you've proven the point, it's proven. So he basically said that when you're trying to find out whether something is what it is, it's quote unquote retarded to actually check the thing itself. Now let me ask you this question. Does that make any sense?
No, that sounds like the point that he broke at. And I was going to say, if anybody's want to listen back on the live stream, you'll find that that's what it was. He actually broke at the fact that he was told there's physical evidence. That's where he started throwing insults.
Yeah, perfect. So now listen, we got a bunch of people joining with red mics, so I can't deal with it. So somebody else is gonna have to step in. So if you're Gold Plus, you can issue a verified command for their name, but if you want to search their name, it has to be from the VC verified role, or you have to get their ID, or you can just mute them with the server mute command, then unmute them quickly, and they'll unmute. But it won't be permanent. So if they leave the room or anything, they'll be muted again. So, but you can unmute them, speak to them, and then give them the role while you're speaking to them. So that's how you solve the problem. So we got B-Man here. So somebody hook him up. We got VLTK. I don't know how new he is.
Yeah, I'm not going to be much help at the moment with that, but just quickly, B-Man doesn't have permissions. I've seen
Alright, well, I
B-Man
have permission.
around.
What's the crack? What's up?
Are you good? You good? Awesome. Hey, man.
I'm doing well, guys. How
Then
are you?
Good, thanks, man. Good, thanks. VLTK is another text. Oh, well, a regular. Hangs around in the VC. I don't know that he really talks much, but yeah, he's in the crowd. He just doesn't have permissions either. Oh, he's VC verified. Yeah, cool. What else we got? Oh, Arizona Bill's our new friend. Yeah, there's nobody else here at the moment that's not deafened.
Yeah, Proxfed have verified you. You should be able to open your microphone. Profed, I don't know how you pronounce your name.
Where are the Glovers? I thought you guys had some over here. Oh, we've got B-Man. He's a old standby, right? We got B-Man.
Hey, Mary, what's up?
Too much. Yeah, we just finished Thanksgiving. Now we're getting ready for Christmas. Then on to
Yeah.
my 2 favorite months, January and February, where nobody expects me to do anything or make big dinners, and everybody's just snowed in, and nobody even remembers anything that happens in those months. Don't you think they're great? January and February, do you like them?
I mean, it's a wee bit depressing because you're kind of on a high from Christmas, and then January just feels like a bit of a low. No one's got any money. It's always a bit of a
That
struggle.
is true. Yeah, because everybody just spent all their money in Christmas. Yeah. But think of it this way, B-Man. Yeah, they'll have lowered expectations of you. They won't be expecting you to shop for them, do anything for them. If you're just like, oh, I'm just snowed in at home, I can't do anything, they'll be like, oh, okay, that's fine, B-Man. Then you can just do whatever you want.
Thanks. That's my birthday, January 3rd.
Sorry, Neil. My mom's birthday is in January, and my dad's. I have a summer birthday, so I always thought it'd be depressing to have your birthday in January. I don't know. What was your experience?
That's depressing, bro. It's like everyone's hungover from New Year's, and no one has any money, and it's freezing cold.
Yeah, you should tell them in November, like, can you guys buy my birthday present now before you buy Christmas presents?
Well, I had a birthday in July, actually. I'm like, hey, guys, we're not celebrating my birthday. No, we're going to celebrate in July. So it worked out one year.
I'm back. Yeah, yo, Drace. Yeah, what's gonna be your response to the argument? I got fucking server muted.
You don't have an argument.
Well, I already articulated the argument, but here you go. Like your yap about the empirics within reality is already accounted for. This was like a non-defeater, yeah.
You didn't show you accounted for anything.
It did. So accounting everything in your model, right? Like the fixed
What
measurement
model?
within the world. Yeah, when you told me that you just take the Earth, like we just measure the Earth and it comes out as flat, right?
Yeah,
That's
the
even
measurement.
accounting. Yeah, that's even accounting for the measurement, right? It would still follow that the flat Earth hypothesis is less probable. It would still follow.
No.
What?
Yeah, I can grant like all the evidential cases you think you have, right? It'll still require some convergence, but the convergence is there. We still see divergence, even accounting for what you claim is your evidence.
You don't have any evidence. That's the win for me. So.
Hey, how
What do you think-
about this for
wait,
convergence?
what do you think?
Well, real quick,
What do you think evidence is? Yeah.
How about this for convergence? All cultures throughout human history have defined water as flat and level. There's convergence for you.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone
well, yeah,
came
like
up with the idea. Everyone
like
came up with the idea when experiencing
Mm-hmm.
the physical and natural world that the surface of water is the gold standard for flat and level. There's convergence for you.
Yeah, like what? You're not answering the question. So all cultures throughout time converge on water being flat. Can you give me at least one example?
Yeah,
The fact that every culture in their lexicon
That's
has
begging the question.
phraseology that water seeks level, that water is flat and level.
That's begging the question. That's in question.
It's the
No, it isn't.
benchmark.
It is. I just asked you why, then you repeated the fucking question. You repeated the response, right? If I say, look, why is it the case that the moon exists? And you reply that, well, everyone's seen the moon
Holy
existing.
shit, bro! This was about
And
the
I asked for evidence of that.
convergence.
Yeah, exactly, the convergence, right? I just don't take that to be true. So, look, I ask you for evidence.
It doesn't matter.
Oh my god, like retarded British.
It doesn't
faggot.
matter
Shut the
if
fuck
it's
up.
true or not. It's not
It
what you
does
asked
matter.
for.
We're talking about.
It's not what you asked for.
No, it is because I'm asking for a theory
No, it's
that
not.
converges on the water being completely flat. You dumb fuck retard.
You want a consensus, bro?
Yeah, I named the convergences for mine. He's
You
not
didn't
doing
say
that
the
'cause
consensus had to be based on anything empirical or any evidence.
It's already accounting for all the empirics and evidence within the domains.
Oh, then welcome to flat Earth, bro. We already went there. We already got to that.
Yeah,
part.
exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of divergence within
exactly.
flat
There you
Earth. Okay, then you just agree that your
So
theory
you're
is
the
still
one with the
fucking less probable.
non-defeaters, bro.
No, you just granted that your theory is less probable. Like, you just granted that there's divergence, a lot of divergence between contrasting flat Earth theories. So you just fuck yourself,
What?
kid. Now
What
I'm
are you
asking
talking
you.
about, John?
Yeah. What are you talking about? What are you talking about,
No,
buddy?
like, what are you talking about? Convergence on what?
Yeah. Do you know what convergence is in like Bayesian epistemology?
Yeah, but you're referring to some type of model?
What is
You
it?
have a flat Earth model that you're
What is it?
referencing?
No, I don't think you know it. What is it?
No, I'm asking
What is
you.
convergence?
I'm
No, I asked you
asking you.
first. Like, what does
I'm asking
convergence
you.
mean? What does
But I
Bayesian
don't know
update?
in that context. I don't know in that
Okay,
context.
exactly. But so why did you act like you knew what it means?
No, I'm asking you what is the relation to this topic?
So it's in relation for a given theory
What
S
argument are you
being more
making for the
probable.
globe?
Oh, look.
Right.
Are you
So
able?
you think
Look at the chat.
truth is
Look at.
dependent on probability? Is that what your argument is? That's what I'm trying to get at.
No, I'm just saying that. Well, a person would have good reasons, right? Good probabilistic reasons to believe in the contrary hypothesis.
Such as the surface measuring flat without curvature. Right?
Oh, the globe. It could be a globe Earth hypothesis. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
we're
there's
just
no
gonna.
curvature, so can't make a globe.
That's in question. But even if
No, it's
there is no
demonstrated.
curvature,
There's
no
tests,
pause.
there's observations that demonstrate this. There's none to the contrary. We ask
Yeah.
for
Do you
them.
think
We don't get them?
Yeah, that's in question. You're again repeating yourself, so it's like another question back. But listen,
No, it's not.
even if
We'll
the
give you
Earth
the
doesn't
evidence,
wait, pause. Yeah,
and we'll
well,
ask
that
you
doesn't
for your
matter.
measurements that
Okay, even if
demonstrate something contrary.
yeah, okay. You guys keep repeating yourselves, right? Even accounting for the evidence, right? The evidence you think you have in your own model,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
right?
teach
Is
you
accounting
something
for
real quick.
What
So,
model? What model are you talking about? What reality?
first of all,
Direct measurements of reality.
first of all, if you repeat yourself,
Sorry, Joseph.
because the guy who you're talking to is not listening or answering what you're saying, then that's not begging the question. You don't know what you're talking about. When you beg the question, your conclusion is inside your premise.
Yo, so I'm gonna read out the argument, and I want you to point out where the conclusion is embedded within my premises. Now, if a scientific theory FE is successful, then as evidence builds, we should observe prior convergence that is independent investigators updating towards the same theory over time. P2, the FE hypothesis does not exhibit prior convergence instead of giving the accumulation there.
Where did you establish
So
that?
therefore, well, it's on recording.
You're making a
Look,
faulty premise. Where did you establish that?
I'm making a faulty premise. What's a faulty premise? What does it mean for a premise to be faulty?
You're making a claim that
it's not true.
You have examined the divergence of all of our evidence.
Well, I already accumulated over that on stream, but I'll do it again, right? The justification for the premises is simple, right? Premise one is just justified by Bayesian convergence, right? And examples of theories that have high convergence for is gravity, right? We observe that there's a lot of convergence towards Newtonian and Einstein theories of gravity
those
for
have
evolution.
been debunked. Buddy, stop.
It doesn't matter if you think they've been. It doesn't matter if you think they've been debunked, right? It's still
it's not
convergent.
about what I think. It's about what science has established through observation, and that's that those two theories don't actually work, and that's why we have 20 different. That's why we have 20 different competing theories right now for gravity, and none of this matters because all of it works with a flat plane. And since we measure it as such, your appeals to probability are not actually valid criticisms.
Yeah, that's presupposing everything you said is true. Number one, give me a case where gravity is debunked. Number two, that's even accumulating.
Give us a case where it's fucking proven, Tron.
Gravity's debunked when
experiment validated.
Okay.
That's easy to do.
I'll give you one. Because you brought up both of them, Newtonian and Einstein. Well, one violates the other. Special relativity, right? The time coordinate within the 4 dimension of space-time. In Newtonian physics, the action is instantaneous. right? You understand the contradiction here. So Newtonian physics contradicts Einsteinian physics, so one debunks the other. There you go. That was fun.
I'll give you one.
So for that point,
an example of when it debunked.
Yeah, for that point, I'm talking about the convergence from people leaning towards Newtonian and then disregarding Newtonian physics and then leaning to Einstein physics. So that was a non-defeater. You're a dumb fuck.
What people?
Yeah, so it's a scientific consensus. I'm not saying
scientific consensus based on what?
He's not understanding that his assumed convergence on a scientific consensus is completely irrelevant because it doesn't actually preclude Earth being flat. It's just an assumption, and it's already been invalidated. So appealing to it is just retarded.
He also asked us to point out where it was begging the question. Well, as far as I'm aware, both physics, Newtonian and Einstein, have got a radius of balls in it. So there you go. Begging the question, the Earth has got a radius value, it's a ball. Gravitational ideas work on the premise that this
maybe he can post his argument
cosmology
so we
is
can
true.
read it.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Tron. Maybe you should type out your argument.
Yeah, he's texting in the lobby.
Oh, give him the hashtag so we can warp over here.
Well,
yeah, you got to give him
doesn't even
PC
know how to
verified.
operate Discord, bro.
He keeps getting huffy because he gets muted when he insults people, and he's not getting the point that he's getting muted when he insults people. He thinks he's getting kicked or banned or some nonsense.
Well, just tell him say, hey, we're muting you because you're doing insults. So now it's our turn to speak, and when we're done, we'll unmute you. That way, everyone knows what's going to happen.
Give me a second.
You got to start narrating the moderator actions. That way, everyone's on the same page.
Right, he's verified.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, now give him the hashtag to come in here. And to type in the chat.
We're talking about Tron.
Yeah, Mr. Spergy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I gave him the new role I just created. Are you guys proud of me? I haven't made a role in years. Angry Elf for the holiday season. Don't you think that's nice?
Yeah.
And it has the little elf icon. Yeah. It worked. I wasn't sure if it was going to work. Now I'm going to use it whenever I want. He's got the VC verified role.
Yeah, I just gave him it so as he can join the chat.
All right, perfect. So where do I paste the argument? Before I address
voice.
Okay, perfect.
And live stream voice.
Right. So which one of the premises assumes the truth of the conclusion? Which one of the premises has a conclusion baked within it? Go ahead and point that out for me.
Okay. All right. First of all, dude. All right. I will address what you've put. Thank you for writing it down. Premise number one: if a scientific theory, flat Earth. Stop right there. It's not a scientific theory. Dude. Already, I've got problems with what you put down.
Yeah. What do you think a theory is?
First point, right? P1.
What's a theory?
A theory, a scientific theory. Dude, I'll explain. A scientific theory is based on scientific hypotheses that have been validated through experimentation.
So you don't think that the flat Earth has been validated through experimentation?
Okay, so scientific method deals with cause and effect. When we're talking about the flat Earth, that's just a measurement. It is only a measurement.
That's false.
There's no hypothesis involved. Hold on. What's the hypothesis, dude, and what is one? Actually, let's start. What is a hypothesis? A scientific hypothesis?
Are you going to answer my question? So, what you define scientific theory as is false, right? You're saying, wait, quick, can you stop talking over me? You told me that you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it, right? And I'm going to address what you said. Number one, scientific theories are not only about causality, right? And I just take it when you're measuring things within reality, that's going to be like a causal event. And number two, I just take a hypothesis to be a testable explanation or a prediction for an observed phenomena. So when you're measuring something within reality, you're testing something. You dumb fuck.
Right. First of all, This
Yeah,
conversation
Tron,
is
due
not going to
respect
continue if
for
you
just
end it
gonna.
with dumb fuck.
Sorry, Jedi. Sorry.
That's fine. It's, I
Yeah,
mean,
dude, mind your
he's
P's
going to
and
have to
Q's
be
in here,
muted. The
pal.
conversation's not going to go well with ad hominems. Trying to answer his question, he now feels like he wants to, I don't know, have a go at me, trying to explain our or my position, and he doesn't want to listen to it. I can't deal with that.
Let's do this instead. Engage with them a little bit more, but some of the people
I
who
muted
aren't
myself.
presently. Hold on, real quick. Some of the people who aren't presently engaged, talk in the lobby a bit and see if you can drum up other people who might want to be able to speak or ask a question as well. All right, go ahead.
You want me to do that?
No, not you. You're speaking.
So me and you have got a contention with what we think a scientific theory is, right?
Yeah, I think a scientific
We've
theory
got a
can be.
contention with this.
Yeah, I think a scientific theory can be defined under my framing, and it can still fits your position or your worldview, right? Because you take a measurement, you define the flat Earth. Your model is that a measurement within reality that just shows Earth is flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that could be a given hypothesis that you would have, and that's perfectly fine, right? You guys are assuming there's only one definition of hypothesis, and there's only one definition of scientific theory, which is just false. That'll be the appeal of definitions, right? No, okay, then you should be agreeing with what I'm saying.
There's only one. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I've got contention with what you said. There's only one scientific method, dude. Within natural science, a hypothesis is a very particular type of animal. It contains the observed phenomena. That is specific. It is something happening because you want to make a prediction of what caused it to happen. By consequence of this relationship, you've got a DV and an IV. Your independent variable, your presumption of cause, and your dependent variable, that thing that you observe to happen. You then test this in an experiment where you manipulate the presumed cause to see if you can make it happen or not. That is just the very
So why is that the only? Yeah, why is that the only
method.
definition? Yeah, why is that the only definition of scientific theory? It seems like you're like
You
arguing
will
from
find. Okay. Because the scientific method is a very particular animal. It contains logic. That would be a hypothesis, right?
Well, I'm not talking about a scientific. I'm not talking about the scientific method.
Experimentation.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the scientific method. I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about scientific theory, right? We can have a theory that we have theories that don't even talk about the scientific domain. You know that, right? So usually when we're testing, yeah,
so
no,
again,
this is like very simple. Like,
have an issue. God, appreciate that, but this is why I've got an issue, dude. You said
I know.
Scientific theory, we can say what a convention of a theory. You've got an idea, a proposed idea, but a scientific theory invokes natural science. That's a scientific method, right? If you say it's a scientific theory, it must be based on hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true through experiment. You can then base your theory on things you know to be true, right? It's quite simple.
That doesn't matter.
Now you can build upon this with your theory.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Do you think
it doesn't matter?
Yeah, because do you think the measurement of Earth being flat is going to be like a natural phenomenon, right? You're measuring something that's natural.
A measurement. No, it's just a measurement. It's just a measurement.
Okay.
If I,
and do you think it's evidence based, right?
A 45-degree angle. Dude, I'm trying to run this through you, right?
Yeah, no, you don't understand that you're appealing to definitions, right? We can have arbitrary definitions of a term. Right? This is very simple. So I'm not invoking the scientific method. Wait, no, Jedi. No, you're confused. I'm not invoking. When I say scientific theory, I'm just taking I'm taking a different count of a scientific theory. Okay, I'm not talking about the scientific method.
You're taking a different definition.
Right. So
I'm using the correct definition based on the words that you have used.
Well, I don't think definitions are propositional or can be correct or incorrect.
I'm in conversation with. Why are you talking?
Yeah, definitions aren't correct or incorrect.
I realise you're not talking about the words that you say.
Yo, Jedi, no, you're a retard. Definitions can't be true or false.
You've just told me that you're not really every single time I start talking. You've just told me that you're not really talking about science and not really talking about theories. I've only discovered that through conversation with you. When you wrote this thing down, I expected like we were doing some kind of logic because it had premises in it. premises must be true. Now, if you're using an airy-fairy definition, you've got a problem because these things have got to be true. And what we're going to deal with the ideas that are in your head and actually how they're defined, the scientific method, a scientific theory, and what those things actually are.
Yeah. Again, you're presupposing your definition can be true. I don't take definitions to be propositional. What's the argument for definitions to even be
How
inferential?
the hell are me and you going to communicate,
There's no such.
dude? How are we going to communicate with definitions of terms?
We can talk about my definition, which isn't relevant within that domain, right? And that's just for the sake of the argument. There's no such thing as a true definition, bro. Definitions aren't true facts. So that's a very low tier blunder. Okay, maybe you should read philosophy.
Oh my god!
Definitions are just linguistical tokens that what we mean by a word.
Logic is the law of identity. Do you know logic, dude?
Yeah, I know the law of non-contradiction and identity. What does that have to do with anything? Yeah, what does that have to do with definitions not being true facts? You need to read it. You need to read the philo book.
You going to communicate? I can't do this, dude. Somebody else.
Yeah, we can communicate by you not strawmanning the type of definition I'm talking about.
Oh, okay then.
Trying to use the true definition, but you, if we want,
there's no such thing as a true
definition. Okay.
Cool. So the argument follows, right? It's just an IBE.
No such thing as a true definition.
Yeah, there's no true or false definition. Definitions are not propositional.
Do you know what identity is?
Yeah, I know what the law. I know what the law of identity is.
Do you know what identity is?
Yeah, I know what the identity is. How does that prove? Yeah, how does that prove definitions can be true fact?
Why didn't you define more clearly what you meant within your premises then?
Well, he was strawmanning what I was like taking a scientific theory to be, right? He was interpreting it to himself and not letting me explain what the theory is.
Well, no, it should be in your premise. It should be in your premise because if there's multiple definitions for different for the same term,
you can literally just ask me for my definition.
If there's different definitions for the same term, then how do you expect someone without having to ask you what your definition of the term that you're using is?
No, I wasn't.
So
I was
it should be in your premise.
It shouldn't.
If you're already aware that there's multiple definitions.
Right. So that's why your girlfriend here shouldn't just straw man.
So do it.
What I'm taking to be a scientific theory.
Then. Put it in your premise then.
I don't need to put it in the premise. I could just clarify what the definition is in VC. Why does the definition of the term? What does the definition of the term have to do with the validity of the argument?
What? Can you move along to actually?
Yeah, no. Are you retarded?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I can motivate. Yeah, I can. Right. I can motivate all the premises. That's fine.
Fucking everyone.
And appeal to everyone. Yeah, I can motivate all the premises. You don't know what the premise is? What's the premise, buddy? But listen,
might be bloody true. We're defining at the moment what you're using is an appeal to majority fallacy.
I'm not appealing to majority. Do you know what that is?
Hold on. What's this convergence that is independent investigators updating towards the same theory over time?
So where does the premises claim X is true because many people believe in it? That's what the appeal to majority is.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to read this out. If a scientific theory, FE, is successful, then as evidence builds, we should observe prior convergence that is independent investigators, those are people, updating towards the same theory over time. This is definitely to do with what people are going to be doing over time and people's opinions about it.
No, it's their priors, right? Yeah, no. So the conversion theorem, what it actually is, and based on epistemology, it shows that if two rational agents observe the same sequence of evidence, and the evidence is more likely given the hypothesis than its competitors, right? Then their posteriori probabilities of the given hypothesis will converge even if their initial priors were different. So if a theory is successful, meaning explains and predicts the evidence better than alternatives, then the evidence pushes all the agents towards it, or it should be expected that rational agents should be pushed towards it. And that is distinct from an appeal to ignorance, or appeal to majority, not appeal to ignorance, where someone says a claim is true because many people believe in it. That's retarded. No one's saying that, right? So given the empirical pattern, right, we see like a lot of theories, a lot of successful theories that show convergence, right? Germ theory, right? general relativity, even if you disagree with the theories, right? There's still a large convergence for these theories. That's why you have the flat Earth to go against and argue against these theories, right?
On the same thing.
Right, exactly. So they converge. But given this theory,
they're all building in the same thing. Well, I'm confused why you think they could converge.
Wait, so when I'm bringing up premise. What's built in the same premise?
You're talking about all of these developments over time, like germ theory and special relativity, and
we're talking about people.
Work, right?
We're talking about people converging. Those are examples of people converging to theories, right? Given the prior. Yeah, look, I'm saying that all these successful theories. Yeah, the prior knowledge about germs. Yeah.
Okay.
Look, the point I'm talking about.
The Earth being a ball or flat, not germs.
No. I know. I'm just giving you examples. I'm giving you examples of what we mean by convergence. Okay. So if you want to learn, then you just chill out real quick. Just let me explain. All right.
No, if I want to learn, I'll ask questions.
Oh yeah, I can help you out. Like you don't know probability theory, you don't know philosophy. It's fine, right?
But you're not answering.
Look. Yeah, I am. So it's relevant because I'm showing how successful theories show convergence. But the flat Earth theory doesn't show successful convergence. So it's less likely it's going to be a successful theory, right? And the divergence, usually we see divergence in theories are erroneous, all right? So when a theory is progressive, the evidence would support its core, and so practitioners would converge in the given theory. But when a theory is diverging, right, we see practitioners splinter into many incompatible variants, and that would indicate the core theory cannot accommodate the evidence. So the convergence would be the theoretical success. And for the flat Earth theory, it doesn't display convergence. Seemingly, it seems like it displays divergence as evidence accumulates. I mean, would you disagree? I can give like a quick example. Would you agree? Do you disagree or agree with the Earth being like an infinite plane of existence?
We can't gauge
that's
it.
That's not what your theory says, right?
About infinity.
No, I'm asking you. Like, does your guys' theory, right? Do you guys agree with? Yeah, do you guys agree with an infinite plane of existence? You guys play
the size of reality. Hold on. I make no claim to the size of reality.
Perfect.
No claim to the size of the Earth, dude.
Right, and then you would be conceding to divergence in P2 because your theory wouldn't agree with that. No, you would be because other theories, other flat.
You don't understand that there's not other flat Earth theories. Just like in the globe, there's thousands of different globe theories. There's divergence. Oh, we got 20 different gravities. Oh no, there's divergence. No, buddy, we're not claiming a cosmology. You have a claim of cosmology that's been falsified. And so appealing to the probability of your falsified religion being true has no effect on the measurements. It's just a dumb, rhetorical nonsense.
You say there's no convergence over time from science or the body of people, dude. I would ask you to reference level in plumbing over millennia. Thousands of years we've used water level as level. If it drops,
what successful theory talks about that?
If it drops...
Also, I'm not appealing to probability. Like, I don't know why you keep saying that.
Well, we use water level as level. If it drops, we need a gating to stop it dropping. We need a lock.
Okay, but what successful theory?
You keep saying, bro, you keep saying that because of the probability theory, that it's more probable that the globe is true, and therefore you're going to ignore the measurements of the surface.
I literally told you that's accommodating the measurements you have within your given theory. Like, that's irrelevant. But can you read out what the conclusion says? Does the conclusion say what you just said? Read it out.
Why is it irrelevant? Why is it irrelevant?
Why is what irrelevant?
The measurements.
Because I'm already accounting for all the evidence claimed within these given.
Sorry.
All right, chill out. Can you chill out?
Why?
Because I'm accommodating.
Fuck me.
Because look, when I say the theory there, that's accommodating for your evidence within your given view. So you guys repeating yourselves is not going to help you
You
win this point.
saying you're accommodating is not actually accommodating
Yeah,
for anything.
is accounting
That's
for all
just
the.
their
It is.
assertion with
Is
no
accounting.
evidence.
No, is accounting. No, look. This is
Are they correct?
accounting
Are
for
the measurements
your.
correct?
No, it's accounting for your measurements. What do you think the
Where
Earth
did
is?
you account for the
Are they
measurements?
correct?
All right.
Are they correct?
What do
Are
you
the
think the
measurements
Earth is?
correct? Are the
No, no, no.
measurements correct?
I don't know if your measurements are correct, but
What
what I'm
Oh my
asking,
god!
Tron?
Yeah,
Can
so
you
now
really
you just
bad.
admitted that you have not
No,
actually
one
looked
of them?
into it and you proved your premises
no,
to be
no.
false.
What? So I haven't looked into
This
something
is
therefore the
bollocks,
premises
man.
is false. That's retarded. You're a fucking idiot. But
Well,
listen,
you
No,
don't
let's say
have to
accommodating
you're
evidence.
retarded. That's the problem here.
Yeah, this guy's useless. He's like the bad type of autist. Can we move on to someone else?
Yeah, can we?
Oh, there are some other new people here, like Yaga. Truth likes rotating spheres. I don't know what that even means. Truth likes rotating spheres? I don't think so. I think Truth dislikes rotating spheres. Proxfed is here. Some other people. B-Man's always a standby. I don't know who Arizona is. If anybody has a question about the flat Earth, feel free to speak up. Truth likes rotating spheres is a Tron fan, but I don't know if he wants to make a comment on his own account. What makes you think that Truth likes rotating spheres? That would be a good question to answer. No answer. I was trying to think about whether B-Man should have the globe earther role. What are the standards for the globe earther role? Do you want to
Quite
be a
light
globe
these days,
earther?
aren't they?
I think they are. I
Go
know.
ahead. I
Okay,
don't
well,
mind.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just makes things, easier for the future. I mean, I have written here 6/23/25 saw boat Portrush, Ireland, thinks it's a globe, thinks it disappeared over horizon. Do you remember that conversation?
I do remember that a while ago.
And did we talk you out of that?
Not really, no.
So you still think, so you still think ships disappear over the horizon? Is that what you
I
think?
mean, I don't think they disappear. I think they disappear, but hull first, obviously. Like that's what makes me think it's a globe, really. I don't know. I'm just kind of listening tonight, just listening to things. Not really in the mood to argue with people, honestly.
Okay, well, yeah, you can just listen. That's fine. But
Yeah.
they don't disappear, and I'm sure I told you at the time, and I'll just say it again, that you can bring them back into view, and they only seem to disappear due to limitations of your vision. Not Earth
Back into
curvature.
view with like cameras and stuff.
Yeah, you can eliminate Earth curvature as the cause of them seeming to disappear from your view. Because you can bring them back into view. I mean, that's one reason.
Like the famous Chicago skyline picture that you guys bring up a lot.
Yep, you shouldn't be seeing the skyline of Chicago at the distance of 52 miles. It should be, if we lived on a globe, it would be completely obscured by the alleged curvature of the Earth, and yet it is not, and yet we do see it.
Okay. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not a scientist or anything. And I'm not that smart, but from what I know about that image is that not what you're seeing? Like what you're seeing there is a mirage. That's why you're able to see the skyline sort of hovering above the horizon, rather than actually seeing the the foundations of the buildings and all that. You're seeing the image being sort of projected. I don't know if that's the right word, but project it into your view.
Like the bat signal.
Correct me if I'm wrong. What was that? Was there a bad signal there?
No, like the bat signal. You said it was like projected. So like the bat signal.
Not
It's
like
not
the
really
bat
the
signal.
Chicago skyline. It's projected like the bat signal.
That's not what I meant. I'm just saying the why you're able
Okay.
to see the horizon from that distance is because of the mirage effect. Again, correct me if I'm wrong.
The mirage effect. The effect is what you can't see the bottom of the buildings.
No, but that's what that's why you're able to see it from that distance, and it's also why the curvature
No.
is why you're not able to see like the foundation of everything.
What do we see?
In that image.
Yeah.
From my memory, I think we can see the taller buildings in the skyline, obviously the skyscrapers, but it's
But not the
you know
bottoms of the
that's basically
buildings.
it. No, I
But
don't
not
think
the
we can
bottoms
see
of the buildings.
No, I don't think we
Right.
can see the foundations or anything.
Okay, so that fits into the category of atmospheric refraction, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
That'll be sinking. It looks
Mhm.
like the buildings are sinking beyond the horizon because you can't see the bottoms of the buildings. They look like they're sinking. In the definition of sinking, though, which was appearing what we appear to see, then that's a direct line of sight to the objects. But because of the meteorological conditions, the light and the angles get squashed and pushed down into the horizon. So it looks like the buildings are sinking, but they're not. We have a direct line of sight to the object. It's just the meteorological conditions that make it look like it's sinking. That fits into that category of atmospheric refraction, right? So that's what it looks like, sinking.
Right.
Right. So we have a direct line of sight to the object, but the meteorological conditions make it look like this.
Right, I see. That's all right.
Just using the terms and definitions of like atmospheric refraction, right? Like miraging, like inferior, superior. You can also get like a stooping effect of buildings where the tops look a little bit stretched and the bottoms look a little bit like concertinaed, like squashed maybe a little bit, or the bottoms of the building might look like they're hidden. All of these things, right? We have a direct line of sight to the object. I can't say that enough. Direct line of sight to the object, but the meteorological conditions make it look like this or that, which we categorize as this or that. So that's okay. That's a flat Earth because we have a direct line of sight, even within the definition of atmospheric refraction and sinking.
Okay.
So yeah, that doesn't. That's why, dude.
Again, I'm not one to debate. I just want to ask a couple questions, really. Whenever you were arguing with the last guy there, I think someone said something that the globe cosmology is not proven or disproven or something similar to that, basically saying it's false. And just wanted to ask what are the main reasons why you think are the globe
Because
Earth
the Earth measures flat.
is that the sole thing, or
Yeah, because the globe cosmology's got a Earth globe in it, which requires a curvilinear surface, right? So if that doesn't measure to be true, well, the rest of the fantasy comes down if that's what it's all about, right? The Earth being a ball orbiting around the sun, for example. Well, it's a ball then. Well, if we measure it not to be a ball, well, that's that whole house of cards tumbling down, right?
I know I just can't really wrap my head around the Earth being measured flat because, I mean, if you're standing on a completely flat plane, over water or the desert or anything like that, that's going to be like minuscule. I forget the statistic. It's something like 0.0007% of the actual
Depends.
Earth's surface.
Depends on your eye height, right? You can
It
see
does
more
depend
of
on
the
your
Earth
eye,
when you're higher
but
up, right?
I'm yeah, totally. But even disregarding that, look, a good metaphor for me is like if you take a basketball and you zoom in, let's say with a camera, and you zoom in really, really far, it's going to look flat. Then you zoom out, it's going to look like a sphere. Like we are little specks of people on the sphere, so it's going to look flat whenever we measure it. There's going to be minuscule amounts of curvature, yeah, because it's always going to be there, but it's going to be minuscule from where
I
we
get it.
are. That's just how I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, but if we've got a ball with the size that we're given, then over distance, even though it's going to look flat to us from because we're low to the ground and stuff, eventually over distance we would observe and measure curvature. That's just the confines of the radius value. They've given us a size, right? So consequentially, there's a rate of change of slope over the distance of that curved surface, which according to that radius claim should be observed. I can't see the bottom of that building and should be measured over distance, right?
Okay, so are you saying that scientists or any qualified individuals have never measured this curvature that is supposed to be there? They've never measured that?
I'm saying it doesn't matter who you are, scientist, plumber, whatever. Just a DIY man who puts his shelves up at the weekend. No one measures curvature, dude.
Okay.
Everyday practical reality, we all build upon a level. For all intents and purposes, that level is horizontal, perpendicular to vertical. We all do that.
In engineering and civil engineering, massive building project, we use level, water level, to find where level is over distance. And if the water level drops, say it's lochs or aqueducts or viaducts or canals, we have to either dam it or put a lock in place so we can have ships going up and down riverways and it'll working fine. But if it doesn't drop, then the water doesn't drop and we don't need to put locks in place. The Suez Canal's 100 miles long. There's over 1.2 miles of missing drop on the Suez Canal. There's no locks. Water level is flat and level for as long as it's undisturbed and as long as we can actually see it on clear conditions. When it's at rest and when there's not much refraction and you can actually see quite clearly, we do see far too far, orders of magnitude far too far. And we can use that in building as well. That's a reference for flat and level in engineering, dude.
Yeah,
Okay,
you also
well,
just got to
talking
understand
about
that people grew up with this belief in the globe from a young age, and so they become scientists, they believe in it, and so you try to match reality to your belief because you are convinced that that is true. And so that's where most of the errors come from, where most of the so-called proofs for the globe come from. They come from these logical errors because they are desperate to try to prove the globe or validate it in some way, but it just can't be done. And if you look into the technical of it, many globe believers and experts tell you that, like, yeah, we operate on a locally flat plane, but then they use the excuse, well, the Earth is so big. But when you actually look into the numbers, well, we have optics and telescopes. We should be able to see this. We're not like uncivilized, half naked Greeks anymore. We have technology.
I mean, I don't know, man. Take it back, 3,000 years ago, everyone believed the Earth was flat. That was just kind of the
You could take it. You don't have
belief.
to go
I
that far
mean,
back, bro. It was back in the
far back for me.
1900s. They were still teaching the Earth was being flat. It was about 500 years ago that
Sorry.
the globe idea became more publicized. But before that, it belonged to the elite circles of royalty and secret mystery schools. It was a secret religion.
I'll get back to that one. I'm getting a call right now, but that's quite interesting. 1 second.
By any chance, did Tron join again? Because I would love him to address this conversation now that we're finally here. I don't think he will or has, though.
I doubt it. He's just gonna spurg out some more. He's not following along or actually being logical.
I think he wants to argue about arguing in the demographic of the body of people swaying towards things over time to prove it's true. But that's why we use water level, and it's why we've used water level in reference to construction and engineering for thousands of years. I don't say things for no good reason, mate. You know, it's just people need to address the facts, and well, yeah, I suppose some aren't ready for it.
That's why I said his premise is false, because he's claiming to have looked at all of the things and concluding as some kind of arbiter that all the evidence is diverging away from flat Earth and converging towards the globe. But that's just not the case. When you actually look into it, it is the opposite.
Yeah. Plumbers would work entirely differently if Earth were a globe. They would have to factor in for the gravity run as it changed over distance and accommodate that. It just doesn't figure into it. The mechanics of water actually underlie the reality of Earth.
I tried to get him to explain a single measurement from our side that he'd seen to walk us through it, basically. That's all you need to do with a person like that. Just, okay, you've looked at all our evidence, right? Bring up one, give us the numbers, show us you actually understand it.
I
Hi.
wouldn't even go that far.
Who was it
Yeah,
was
because
talking
he's
about
just all
the?
words.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, be man, you
Who?
can go back with a
No
dress.
worries.
Or just a sidebar here.
No
On you
problem.
go.
Who was it was talking about the education thing there?
That was Trace.
Right. Yeah, no, can't remember exactly what you said about the something about the elites that.
Yeah, if you look at, for instance, how the Greek taught stuff, like they didn't teach the public that the Earth was a ball. The public had their religious beliefs, and that was flat Earth based. And so there was this two-tiered system where elites and their progeny learned Greek globular ideas, and the public had different beliefs, and so the Greeks were not unified on the Earth being a globe. That was different sects and cults that had that as their secret inner teaching, only taught to acolytes who were initiated into their groups. And so the rich and the powerful would then take their children, have them educated with these people, and so this is their doctrine, which spread within this. So it was the minority of people who actually believed in the globe for about 2,000 years, since the idea was first conceived of by Pythagoras. And then after about 2,000 years of being their secret doctrine, it was in the hands of the church, the Roman Catholic Church, and they disseminated it through their Catholic schools.
Okay. Is there any like evidence of this being the case for the
Yeah,
Greeks?
you can look. This is all in history.
On history. Yeah.
You can look up any of the things I'm talking about, basically, and just you can ask an LLM or whatever. You can look wherever you want. It's basic
I mean-
history of where the globe idea came from, and within what kind of groups the idea spread. And but you can see that like the majority of the public didn't actually believe that. They had, like, for instance, during while they were teaching the globe in I think it's about 1200s, 1300s, or no, it's more higher. Yeah, well, whatever. That when the church was teaching the globe, they also taught flat Earth cosmology at the same time, and that's what they would preach in the pulpit because that's what the Bible says. And so the public had this one layer of belief, which was used to like keep a distance between the two the groups.
Okay. What does just a quick question? What does flat Earth cosmology actually consist of? Like, what
Well,
are the beliefs there?
there are many different flat Earth cosmologies. All of the ancient cosmologies were flat Earth cosmologies. So we're not here selling our cosmology. We're not of a certain cosmology. Although there might be members who have a specific cosmology, that is their individual thing. We're not promoting one. What we're just doing is looking at the evidence that we've been presented for the globe, seeing where it breaks, and then going out and testing the world for ourselves.
Okay. And I mean, I suppose I'm getting into the more conspiratorial side of things here. But do you think that the idea that the elites are aware of the flat Earth and the commoners are still promoting the idea of the globe Earth? Do you think that's around today? Do you think that's what's happening in our society?
I think that there's a possibility that like they switched the esoteric doctrine with the exoteric doctrine, or the secret doctrine with the public doctrine. It's possible. However, I think like 99.9% of people who believe in the globe just believe in it because it was framed really well. We were all raised in the globe belief. Like I remember like reading about the globe in school and being like, "Why don't we fall off the ball, teacher?" And the teacher was like, "Oh, well, gravity." Because we all experience the world as flat. We don't experience this rotation or this curvature. That's not your experience. But we're told it's actually curving, it's actually rotating. And so you're told not to believe your eyes. You're told to accept authority over your critical thinking, over your logical senses. Like you that's the crux of the issue here, and it kind of creates a bunch of people who are well-meaning, intelligent individuals who just believe in the globe. We were those kinds of people. We just saw too many discrepancies with the belief and actual reality.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it. I
Could I,
do.
sorry, could I share something with you real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
One of the last hurdles for me was the sun. And I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I did have something presented to me that for me, that was good enough as how it could work or how it works. But I'm not saying that's how it does work. But I did see something where, okay, that makes some logical sense to me. So that's more than likely what's going down. But yeah, I'm not presenting a cosmology.
Okay. What was that thing that you saw?
Oh, well, it was just sort of like how what made sense to me was what's it called? Circumnavigating above my head in the way that it was presented to me made sense to me over the way it was rising and setting on a spinning globe. And another thing for me was if the sun's on one side, the moon's on the other, I'm on a spinning water ball in the middle. How could I ever observe the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time? that to me would be an impossible observation. And I've seen that many times myself with my naked eye. So, those things for me, yeah, I'm not standing on something in the middle of those two objects. That's for sure.
I mean, both the sun and the moon are incredibly far away, so I assume that's why you would see them occasionally.
According to who, they're incredibly far away. I don't know where they are. They're lights in the sky. When I
Scientists
put on a
are
welding helmet and stare at the sun, it's not as big as it appears when I have my sunglasses on or it's just shining in the sky. So
Yeah, what you're seeing is no illusion. It's not, it looks close, but it's actually not. It's just very
Well,
bright.
that's what you're saying. I don't know. Possibly.
Okay, but I mean, for
What
the
I'm
sun to
trying to
be,
say is, though, I do know when I'm told I'm in the middle of the two balls in the sky, I should never observe the both of them in the sky at the same time.
Yeah,
I should always be in the middle of them.
Flatman. That's not how the globe model actually works. In the globe model, the moon is supposed to orbit around the Earth, and so you should be able to have
Oh, okay.
both
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
across
Okay, I
the
see what
same
you're saying.
field of view. So that's
Okay,
not an
yeah,
issue.
yeah. Okay.
but like even so, if the sun was local and was circumnavigating the Earth instead of, orbiting or whatever, we would see it get closer, or sorry, move away from us instead of, in the globe model, sets on the horizon, and well, that's how it works for us. But then you guys is a little bit more complicated for the flat Earth model. Explaining that. I mean,
Well,
I think I think I know. I think I know your talking points is like, is it getting further away or something like that?
yeah, you can actually measure the angular size getting smaller as it travels away from you, and depending on the conditions of the medium, like if you have very low humidity, you can see the sun for far longer in the sky, and you can sometimes see it disappear above the horizon.
Okay, I mean, but that's just not what we observe. We see
That's
it
what we
set
observe.
beyond
The
the horizon.
reason why
I've never seen it get smaller in the sky.
bro, I know. That's because you probably live near sea level, and you probably don't live in the middle of a desert.
No. Yeah, no, I do live near sea level, but how would that change
That means the
anything?
conditions of the medium you are in are completely different. So you have
Yeah,
more
true.
humidity in the air. Humidity is less dense than the air you breathe. Like if you minus the humidity, and so that has an effect on what you're looking at, how you perceive it. And so when you're looking at the sun through the densest part of the air, where the most amount of humidity is, and you're compounding that humidity across the horizontal view to the horizon, of course you're going to start having effects that cause things to drop off at the bottom first. Like if there's magnification, that will prevent the object from appearing to get as small as it would have gotten due to angular compression and perspective. And that's why we don't have ideal perspective. When we look at things, we see everything in perspective. And that's one of the things the globe never accounted for. The half-naked Greeks, they just drew a curve and assumed they saw with laser beams coming out of their eyes, and so they thought like those laser beams wouldn't be able to deviate at all, and they could measure the Earth curve with those laser beams. And so they looked at the horizon and assumed that was the Earth curve. But we have optics now, so we can test these things. We can see with bigger aperture cameras more detail near the horizon, allowing us to resolve things that should have been hidden behind Earth curve if Earth curve was there. We can use small aperture cameras to make small RC boats disappear over small ponds that are way too small to have any Earth curvature, and they're disappearing bottom up. So we know we can make this happen with optical effects, and the assumptions that the ancient Greeks made with creating the Earth curve, and we still use those today. The Earth curve calculators are all based on the ancient Greek math, assuming that we don't see in perspective. Like, if you try to divorce how you see things in perspective, things get smaller with distance, compressed down into the vanishing point. If you ignore how that works and assume that's Earth curve, you assume all optical effects, all refraction, all of that is just Earth curve. And you don't have any accounting for that, and you have no measurements of the Earth curve at any point, the whole belief just falls apart.
I mean, yeah, sure, the Greeks probably didn't have all the answers back then. I mean, they didn't have the technology, but even in today's modern society, where we have the technology to
exactly
go to space, and we have satellites that are in space, that's what controls
Well,
your
you
GPS and
can't.
everything. But here's the
You
thing.
can't. Not,
One
you
thing.
cannot. You cannot go to space. You cannot send up satellites. You cannot verify that these things are where they are or claim to be. What you can do is test the surface, and all of those half-naked ancient Greeks who assumed that like lunar eclipses proved Earth curve and all sorts of things, all of their assumptions, which we can prove are false, all of them are still the things they use today to try to prove the Earth is a globe. They don't use the technology. We're the ones with the lasers. We're the ones trying all the different wavelengths. We're the ones studying optics and how that works. We've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that all of their ad hoc excuses and assumptions are false. So that's where we are. And we don't expect you to just believe us. That's a tall ticket to just accept. But we just want people to start thinking for themselves and like just think about it. You don't have to believe us. You can just think about it. Look at the Earth curve calculators that they tell you prove the Earth is a globe, and then you look outside and you look over the water and you see, well, that boat, according to this GPS, is telling me that it should be this far away, but that means it should be behind the globe. I should be seeing that. And then you have to start asking yourself the question, why am I seeing that when I shouldn't be seeing it on the globe? And then you'll get into the ad hoc excuses for the globe, which were never tested or verified, which we had to do. We had to go test that stuff.
Okay, I mean, this is the thing, because flat Earth for the majority of people is a conspiracy, right? I mean, to you guys, it's not, but to most people, it's a conspiracy. And look, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I love conspiracies, and I do subscribe to a few, but this was one of the conspiracies that I could just never get behind, because to me, it's like whenever the answers are so in your face, like to say that, well, do you
I
just
get you,
believe that
bro.
there's no spaceships going up there, that there's no satellites orbiting the Earth, and
Bro,
that's not what we're seeing from that live footage? I mean, I don't know. It takes some balls of steel to just say that all the trillions of dollars that are being invested
No.
into these programs are just
No,
going nowhere.
it's very easy. I used to be a conspiracy theorist just like you, my friend. It's all good.
Yeah.
What Flat Earth does for you is it allows you to understand logic and empiricism. And so after Flat Earth, I stopped being a conspiracy theorist. I just have conspiracy facts.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I say I'm a conspiracy theorist, I just like to question things, right? That's why I'm here, because I am questioning things. I still think the Earth is a globe. I still want to talk about your beliefs and all that. But I don't know, man. To me, why is basically every scientist and physicist and astrophysicist physicist and all those fucking people why are they so sure that it's a globe? Like I don't think any of them are flat earthers. And
There
if
are
there
some.
are, there's a maybe one or two, a minority anyway.
Yeah,
But
the thing is, there are some, and like us, we have people in this group who many of us are highly educated. We had a PhD in spectral photometry, tried to debunk us, went out with lasers, and he just became one of us. Like the problem is there's this social stigma, and so people don't look at it because we were all taught in school that the ancients were really stupid. They thought the earth was flat, and we're better and smarter now. And so they built on this imagination, this belief, not realizing how shaky the foundations are. We're just here to show them how shaky the foundations are.
okay. But still, like, why do you believe that there are satellites orbiting us right now?
Yeah, we have all sorts of things in the air, but for instance, the ISS is too close to the surface to be able to exhibit Earth curvature in the horizon, according to the math. Yet we see wide fisheye lens shots from the ISS, and we're told this is the Earth curve, and 99% of people just believe it, even though it's not possibly the Earth curve, unless you live on a ball that's so small you cannot contain all the continents.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I suppose the reason why they use fisheye lenses is to be able to get that bigger picture of the Earth, and I don't know, for it to look better. I mean,
to match your perceived expectation of what it would be. Like, I don't think you realize what NASA really is or where it came from.
I mean, what is it then?
Well, NASA was founded mostly by Nazis. You knew that, right?
I know that there was a Nazi involved in the
not
founding. I
just
don't
a
think it was
Nazi,
founded by
like
Nazis.
no, not just a Nazi. The majority of NASA when it was starting was Nazis. The rest of
I mean,
them were
that's
moved to the
unfortunate, but
CIA.
yeah, that is unfortunate. But I don't think the Nazis are wanting to like. I mean, what's that got to do with the Earth being flat or globe?
I'm
It's
getting a
just
clip
pretty
for you
shitty of the
here.
government.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
getting a
it's
clip.
pretty
Yeah,
shitty.
it's just we trust them and their data. However, when we try to validate their data, they show us pictures from supposed deep space probes of the Earth. Well, when we try to validate the data and see if the Earth curve exists in reality, it doesn't exist in reality. So you're left with either believing authority in the government or believing your own senses and reality.
Okay. I mean, how many people have to be in on it? Like, to me, it's
Very
obscene
few.
because
Can I clear this one up?
I don't
love this
think so.
question. No, I love this question. So,
Okay.
people don't have to be in on it to be unwitting participants in it. Your teacher that taught you that Earth was a globe was not in on the deception, but an unwitting participant in it. And this goes for a lot of people. Okay, when I was a glober, when I was believing in the globe, and I tried to prove it, right? It's not that I'm in on the deception. I was an unwitting participant in it, trying to push it, trying to prove it, and I couldn't do it, man. So that's what you have to know. Okay.
Yeah. It's not like I came into this wanting to believe in the flat earth. I came into this wanting to debunk them. So I got my astrophysicist friend, I got my robotic engineering friend to supply me with all the supposed experiments and proofs for the earth being a globe. And that's where my belief died. When I saw the evidence presented, and I was like, wait, but this is. Where did we get this? Oh, well, we assume it. Well, and it all became circular reasoning. Like, I just cannot accept that because I study logic.
Okay. I mean, I agree that a teacher could possibly be an unwilling participant, but if you take it to the likes of NASA or SpaceX, the ones that are actually traveling into space and
Yeah.
are
I
most
get you.
likely able to
I
confirm.
get you. I no problem.
What I would say,
I get you.
is,
The majority of NASA has no clue. Okay, majority of them has no clue, and they don't need to know at all. Like we have testimonials from the 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 control room of NASA where they admit that their tests and their exercises are so lifelike that they cannot tell the difference between an exercise and the actual mission. And I have the clips loaded now. Here's an ex-CIA official who became a judge and is presiding over a sex trafficking case, and NASA just happens to come up.
When Alan Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to two places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency.
And
as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
Okay, that was slightly terrifying. What does that mean? Like, not a space agency? What does he mean by that?
It's a propaganda machine. It was designed to create propaganda for the Cold War and to hype up America.
Okay. I mean, I guess we have no way of really confirming that, but it's interesting to think about. But even so, like the trillions of dollars that governments around the world are basically putting into this belief that the Earth is a globe, like they must have spent outrageous amounts of money.
Exist.
Not only on
Good business for a scam.
Yeah, I'll give you this. They
I don't understand
are
why.
taking. I'll give you this. They are taking trillions, but they're only spending a portion on that on the deception. The rest they're pocketing and spending on needless wars and clandestine wars and breaking laws that they're locking other people up for breaking, etc.
Not to mention they print the money. They define how much it's worth. It's fiat. It's not backed by anything except for faith.
And it's all a show,
mean-
bro. Like the thing is, the world is a stage, and you either are following along with the NPC programming, not realizing you're in a game, or you realize that you're in a game because everything they told you about this shit is not true.
Look, I'm all for questioning the government and all that. I just don't see a reason to promote such a large lie. I mean, I don't see how it benefits with them. And you can say it's to control us, but like it doesn't really control us. And
It
at
does.
all.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
just that, like, listen, my friend, I'll understand. You'll understand because of your accent. That if they split us and make us believe that we're at each other's throats, they've got our control. They've got us believing in a paradigm. We were so scared of Russia during the Cold War that hundreds of thousands, if not millions, were spent on black ops and psyops and operations to do this and that and the other. But the tax budget was far bigger than that. There's only a percentage of what they gain from us, our funds and our revenues, actually comes back to us. There's a whole lot of money just circled within the powers of government and the powers that government have. And it's been like this for a long, long time. They keep us at each other's throats, and the whole space race and going to the moon, oh, well, we better get there before the Russians get there. And they're now making films to say that's why they had to fake it. So, like, the empiric truth of it is in the reality of the testing of the surface, because it doesn't curve. Once you do that, you might understand it a bit more. The fact that they're all in on it, it's one world government, bro. We think that it's not, but it actually is one world government.
Yeah,
It's a divide and conquer. It's a divide and conquer strategy. Like first, you make them have like you change the religions, you create multiple religions, you create all sorts of division using religions. However, the religions are based in older things, and so those older things have morals, they have flat earth, they had a basis that unified people as a whole. And so in order to undermine that, you create this pseudo cosmology that's all based in this authority figures that you must trust because they know better than you. And so once you push that to everybody, what you create is space for atheism and even more fracturing of the people. And so there's even less unity. And so there's less resistance.
Do you think the Bible is a flat Earth book?
What difference does that make?
I love that question.
I love that
Yes,
question too.
I know a
it's
lot of
clearly,
flat Earthers
I think it's
said
clearly a flat Earth book, but I am not advocating for any religion.
Here's the thing, and I'd like to explain this very clearly and concisely, is that the Bible does not prove that the earth is flat. It's the fact that the earth is flat that validates specific passages throughout the Bible. Okay.
Yeah.
Now
what are the
I don't
passages
need the
that
Bible.
have
Well,
this?
real quick, let me tie this up. Is that I don't need the Bible or any religion or anything like that to debunk a globe Earth. That's the beauty of it.
Flat Earth actually breaks heliocentrism, dude, and if it breaks heliocentrism, then it breaks the Big Bang Theorem, which came out of the Catholic Church, by the way. Not a slight against the Catholic Church, but that's where it was invented. Yes, all science has been controlled by the Church for a long, long time. But, it's only a hypothetical model. It's the best guess that science have got, built on a model over hundreds of thousands of years, blah, 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 nonsense. The physicality of it doesn't measure like that. So, yeah, it means that we're created. That's why it backs up what the Bible claims or says, or all religion says or claims, that we're actually created.
Okay. I mean, getting a little bit off topic here, but do you guys believe in a new world order?
What do you
You don't
mean?
have to believe in something that's so obvious and blatant when they straight up use those words and say, yeah, this is what we're doing. It's not a matter of belief, it's a matter of paying attention.
I would just like to chime in and say that there is no such thing as a new world order. It's an old world order, and there is nothing new under the sun. Nothing.
Well, Jenny, like they keep saying, well, this is like Klaus Schwab recently said, this is the time for a new world order, and so they clearly think they're establishing new world orders. Like, however, that doesn't mean that it's not built on some older orders.
I mean, yeah, like for the globe Earth lie thing, that would have to been passed down from for about 2,000 years now, and the elites
Yeah,
that the
I'm
globe
writing.
Earth is a lie.
I'm literally writing a book on this subject.
You are? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that 2000.
Interesting.
Yeah, that 2,000 years is a misnomer, huge misnomer. I mean, the Earth was being taught as it is, as the way it presents itself, as flat, horizontal topographic plane, up until the early 1900s. So that the 2,000-year claim, not exactly a steady one.
Yeah, it was more of a cult within the church and education and the elites that kind of propagated it forward. There's always been opposition to it. It wasn't until the Rockefeller created the public education system that you ended up with the unified beliefs in the globe, because they ridiculed the opposition. And then once you got 3 generations of people who've been raised knowing nothing else, and all of their programming was just globe, 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 it's hypnosis. You got MK Ultra.
Yeah, that's where the New World Order comes from. It's generationally, there's a flux or a change or a shift. Plus, every 1,000 years, well, if you look into it, they actually mess with the calendars and confuse everything. And, you'll have heard of the Dark Ages where nothing happened for 1,000 years and whatnot. You know, if you actually think about it, humans aren't like that. We don't do that. We don't really sit around. Look how industrious we are.